I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan here at 4 in the morning, 4 a.m., 4:15 a.m. Could I express time in verbiage in some other form than all of the ways I just did? 15 past the hour, 4 in the morning. I'm just making a point that it's very, very early for this live stream. Listen, people, we had two options. One, we were either going to have a live stream on Sunday that was going to be very, very early in the morning, Sunday, or we were going to have a live stream on Sunday that was going to be very, very early in the morning on Monday. So, so we're having our Sunday live stream a little bit earlier than we would expect to. And today, what we're going to be returning to is the Kerbal that we worked on last live stream. This is my third time ever doing a 3D modeling live stream instead of our gaming, or chess playing, or whatever the hell else I want to do at any given time, because it's my live stream, damn it. Mephistopheles is here. It's Sunday evening for me, so you're right on time, Pawn. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. And then I'll turn the audio up, and I'll hit stop once on Winamp, and then we'll go over to Blender. See how lovely Blender looks there? It's a lot blacker of a screen there. Minimalist UI. Oh no, you can see it now. Okay. So since you last met my Kerbal, since we last were together working on this Kerbal, I worked on it for another day. I'm considering working on this Kerbal my final assignment for the little Blender course that I'm taking right now. And Condor70, right at the top of the live stream here, 36 months worth of subscriptions. That's almost 3 months. Wait, no, I already said months, damn it. That's almost a year. That's 3 goddamned years, Condor. You've been doing this. What, look at the choices you've been making with your life, huh? Figure this out. Do better, Condor. You've been supporting me for 3 years on this platform. Condor70 says, good morning. Unfortunately, I can't watch the stream. I'm about to drive into Kruger National Park, which has no cell phone coverage. Oh. Is that like one of those places where they get the big dish and you're not allowed to have a cell phone or a, walkie-talkie or wear buttons with too much tinfoil on them or anything like that? Well, enjoy your national park time, and thank you so much for 3 years worth of bad choices. Keep making them. Since last we were together, I have worked on my Kerbal because I am considering this to be like my final assignment for the GameDev.tv course, week 8, I guess. And so, be horrified. I invite you to be horrified at what a Kerbal looks like naked. I mean, there's no genitalia here, so you can't kick me off Twitch or anything. I've just modeled the way that you model if you're modeling from the ground up. But if you've never seen Kerbal feet before, here they are, and you'll note that they're kind of massive. I'm working from, references of Kerbals, and I'm going off the size of the goddamn boots that they wear. And the shape of the boots that they wear, which are very rectangular. They've got a very rectangular foot. They got a very cylindrical head. It's almost as though the people who were, originally making Kerbal Space Program were not necessarily like professional game design, in 3D artists and stuff. And so they kind of just threw some eyes on a cylinder and said, boom, make him green. But our Kerbal, is now well carved. He's got legs like he didn't have before. He's got feet. I mean, he had the beginnings of legs, but now he's got some real legs. He got feet, these big old feet, and I've given him hands. And we're going to work a little bit on the hands today. I'm not satisfied with these hands. I think, just for the aesthetic of the design and everything, even though this might be like near to the scale of what a Kerbal looks like in terms of where the gloves go, I think the fingers want to be stubbier and fatter. I might pull back a little bit. Again, I'm going off of the references that we have out there, including like official media, but I'm also making my own creative choices because they've already got their Kerbals. I'm making my Kerbal. I might pull a little bit back on the massive forearm muscle here that seems to be part of the design of a Kerbal, which I think originally nobody was thinking about this as musculature. They were designing a Kerbal in a spacesuit, and then they got to a big mitten, and they had to have a big clamping collar for the mitten to go on and make it look like a spacesuit. And so you ended up with a shape like this, and so I'm interpolating from various references to say, okay, I guess the reason why that spacesuit would have to look like that is because this is the shape of their underlying musculature. We also now know what Kerbal nipples look like. They're very small and very pointy. And Kerbals apparently do have belly buttons, we found out. And haunches are just like part of the Kerbal body there. It's just part of what's going on. Interestingly, Kerbals do have similar, back musculature to human beings, so that's good. And, dead ass. Let's not forget about dead ass. And they've got elbows, which, who knew? And veins, apparently. But yeah, I did quite a bit of carving here. Maybe like 4 more hours worth of sculpting or something yesterday that I put into this guy in order to get to this point. Might have been a little bit more too, because I had to actually add this topology, had to add the, create new meshes and add it. In fact, if we went to the unapplied and made it visible here, you'll see the many the many bits, bobs, ends, and odds that have gone in here. That, this foot was before I attached it to the rest of the model and joined it up and stuff, and the same with the hand. And I've even got here, if I just go up a little bit with that, I've got, what are you? So it looks like I've got a couple of different versions of this hand. Alright, so let's try grabbing that, and probably you, actually. Pull you two down together. Oh, and then there will be one of these fingers. Yes. Yes. Because I just did one finger and one thumb, and then, duplicated the fingers and moved them around, and then started carving on the fingers individually, which is a bit of a waste of time. I could have carved on one finger to get more work done, but also, if you do it this way, this longer way, then each finger is going to have more of a unique carve to it, more of a, I don't know why I like the word carve instead of sculpt, but I apparently do. So actually there's no particular reason to keep those, because it's the same as this. It's just before I went and duplicated stuff, right? Certainly looks the same. It's before I duplicated and scaled and a lot of things like that, and yeah. I'm gonna keep it all, because it is the unapplied bin, and it's where I just throw things that, before I do destructive modeling, I save a copy of it. So this is our guy. I've done a lot more little subtle detail work, obviously all around the body, but also a little bit in the head here. I did a bit of carving. I also, we're up to now, if I get our statistics back up, we're up to about 1 million, just shy of 1 million faces, in this sculpt, which is a lot of more mesh than we had before, which allowed me to bring in some more, sharpness to the hair here. So yeah, this is where we're starting, and I've been looking at this model on my second screen, just, an image that I have, screenshot. And I have decided that I am satisfied with everything, everything above this line, except for, there's the eyes, with the eyelids and stuff like that. I think we need a bottom eyelid here, which is going to make things look really weird and creepy, which is why I kind of stopped trying to do it at one point, but I think we have to at least try again and see if we can't get back to it, because if we're doing this, way too realistic sculpt of a Kerbal, then You know, he can't blink with this. This can't just scoop over the whole eye and come back down. You got to have an upper and a lower on a protruding eye like that. But yeah, I like the feet. I like the legs. I like this belly. I like them nips. That ass is just rocking right there. The back looks good. The shoulders are good. Everything to about here. And then the arms. So we're going to start today by focusing on the arms in about that area, and then we'll come back and try and touch up the face, and then we'll be like ready to move on to retopology. For the sake of actually like baking all of this detail down onto a lower face count model and being able to texture paint and go the nines with it, because what the hell else am I doing with this this last week of the GameDev.tv course, having started it late and yet having started it earlier than 260 of the other people in the course. So but yeah, so I'm gonna tinker with this a little bit. So let's get over to the sculpting workspace. And I'm gonna go to the grab tool immediately, and I think I'm gonna try like taking a little bit off of the immensity of these forearms here. They're huge, and they need to remain huge because that's the shape of the Kerbal. But I just need to like just a little bit off of the edge, you know, something off the top of it until my eyes are like that's passable at least. I can live with that. That's what we're looking for. And there needs to be some smoothing here. Bring this together. The hands are also going to get quite a bit of detailing that they still seem to lack, if you ask me. Just try and ease this out a bit. You know, the thing is, it's like the defining characteristic of the Kerbal right now is to have these big old meaty friggin' forearms. I don't want to lose it entirely. I just need it to like work in a way that's not completely ludicrous. It can be a little ludicrous. It needs to be a little ludicrous, really. So I want them to pop. I'll tell you what might actually help is if I make them clamp up into the rest of the arm a little bit faster, and that'll maintain how the contrast, the change. But I'll be able to reduce the overall size of the big old meaty forearm like that, while still getting the effect of boom, big old meaty forearm. I also just don't really like where these lines fall, I think. Even though they make for a convincing musculature for a Kerbal, the way that the shadows get thrown is bothering me, so I think I'm going to have to just make a little bit of an adjustment to where I've got this. So what do we got here? We got the crease polish tool. Okay. Yeah, just getting an idea of where I'm going to want that to go. Actually, damn. That's if it weren't so clean. So let's rough it up a little bit, because otherwise that actually works okay. Yeah, I like that line a lot better than what we had before. So now I just gotta like avoid the sort of lump that we had previously. But I do want to cut in a little bit over. I want to give the insinuation of, you know, splitting these muscles and reduce the power on you a bit. How about, like, we imagine that there's maybe there's 3 muscles here. 3 muscle groups, anyway. So this in-between kind of muscle would be in here. Because again, when you're working with alien musculature, you don't, you get to make it up as you go. And my main concern is having good-looking, clean lines. from the most common angles that you're seeing. And yeah, I like that. I like that line. I just need to get to a point where I don't hate it completely under here. I think it'll be something like that. Yeah, actually, what about like from here? I'm not kicking this out of bed yet. Are we making Ronin porn? Says on the stream. I mean, it depends how desperate I get for an income around here. If I just so happen to have a naked Kerbal lying around and there's a market. No. I really like that forward-facing profile line, and then it's just like, you know, how do we feel about what's going on under here? This isn't bad back here, except for that it could use a little bit of, yeah, a little bit of more detail. Maybe split this down the middle. Bring that power back in a little bit. Not exactly down the middle. You just put a couple of like rough marks in there and then smooth them out mostly, and you get just some of that little deformation that hints at the stranding of the muscle. See, as you go around it, you get that sort of vague feeling. See how the muscle tissue might be working under the skin there. So I like that muscle group. I like this one up front. Oh, we're upside down now. There's some Kerbal nipple for you. Maybe I'll do a little bit of that muscle fiber stuff here too. It's gotta be less. Less is more here. Yeah, get rid of that entirely. I don't like how hard you come in there either, so let's smooth all that out. Just recently watched a playthrough of Game Grumps' playthrough of Detroit Become Human. They just released the other day. So that's interesting. I had watched a little bit of gameplay of that, you know, living here in Detroit. I had seen a little bit of it back when it was first coming out. Oh yeah, look at that sweeping line. I like that. But yeah, that was, I hadn't followed. It's a long, there's a lot of content in there, and it's just like 2 movies worth of storytelling is what it is. It seems to me, having just watched it, that it's barely a game. You could barely call it a game. It's, you know, it's a choose your own adventure based on QuickTime events. And what I could imagine, like, it made me wonder if they're pre-rendered, if like a significant portion of the game is actually pre-rendered, because there's definitely like a distinct separation between parts of that game. Yeah, let's do something like this. The parts of that game that would be, that could just be pre-rendered cutscenes that you're going to play in a little forward and backward, depending on, you know, and then you got to wait until you press the button. There's a lot of the game that's like that. And then there's parts of the game where you're actually walking around in the environment and, you know, controlling your characters. They move about it. So it just feels to me like you could have 2 entirely different things going on. And one could be completely pre-rendered, made to look as good as it possibly can, outside of the engine, or, in engine, but with post-processing effects and the editing bay and stuff to just make it look really good, like super freaking good. And then you could have the playable stuff. And how would the player know when, a lot of the game is just pressing the buttons? And you could save a significant amount of what you put on like a disc, or what people have to download, just by, you're basically sending them a bunch of high def, maybe 1080p or up to 4K for people who are playing on that, video files, and then some game level. Did I see what ending they got? Says Mephistopheles. Yeah, they got the fucking peacenik bullshit ending where, where peaceful resistance actually works, as though that, the story that everybody wants to tell themselves, right? The show Pantheon is great. 2-season story with a conclusion, available on Netflix now. Pre-renders take a lot of hard disk space. I mean, like, you're watching a live stream right now that by the end of this live stream, with the quality that you're getting at 60 frames per second, on my local disk, which is going to have the highest quality version of it that's ever existed, it's going to be like 20 gigs. Yeah, I guess it does take a lot of hard drive space. You're right. I do have an entire dedicated recorder. I'm living in a world, I'm living in my own little world where it's like, video is, oh no, that is right, isn't it? But you know what? This is also like very live record. You can compress that, a lot. And just, we're living in a world where YouTube and stuff like that, so I tend to think like, are you fucking shitting me? Go on YouTube, watch 60 frame per second, 1080p or 4K stuff without an interruption in the bandwidth. Those files, these codecs are optimized as shit, yo. But you may be right there. I'm kind of living in my own like, remember Myst kind of place. Thinking of like, how you pre-render this stuff and roll it back, and you're saving a lot of something. It just seems like unnecessary and extravagant, even. To like make a game like that where it really is like the camera's on rails and the things are happening in order and all that kind of stuff, but you're using a whole fucking game engine in order to just push the camera back and forth. It's like you could just be rolling forward and backwards on recorded video here. But, whatever. What it is. Just touching up this elbow a little bit here, too. Giving it something in the middle to deform it. Guys, I don't like Ayn Rand either. Welcome, brother, sister. Ayn Rand, that son of a... I've never read Ayn Rand. I've just seen... I've heard things, and I've also seen, like, news footage. From interviews with her from when she was alive that are like, oh, this is a horrible Nazi bitch. This is an awful person. This is just one of those undeniably evil folks. I think that's all I wanted to do with the arm there. There's definitely angles I still don't like this right here, and it's a little bit muddy. Give it back some fine detail that we've lost by remodeling. These little touch-ups and things. Need a little bit more power when I'm hitting it with little stuff like this. Like, as someone with a philosophy that they were peddling, Ayn Rand is definitely like the quintessence of, I mean, it seems to me, the quintessence, the essential version of the fortunate person who has had to justify the position that they find themselves in a way that makes it so that they're not, enjoying, they're not lavishing themselves. Or that not necessarily that they're not doing it, but that it's okay that they're lavishing themselves, while others are desperate and dying and just need the basics and essentials of life. And so you have to invent some kind of, fake-ass, really strained fucking concept, philosophy that pushes on the borders of reality that you actually already know. You have to reject the things you've seen with your own eyes and replace reality with something that will conform to the need to explain why it's okay for you to take extra for yourself. Well, there are still people out there who have basic needs, or why it's okay that, genocides have occurred, and why we shouldn't, the powerful and the weak, and Darwinism, and you're just like coming up with a way to make it okay that you've done horrible shit, or that you are the recipient of benefits that come on the as the result of horrible shit. That's how it reads to me without having actually read her, just from afar. Tried reading Atlas Shrugged. It was not enjoyable. Is this for a VTube or VR chat model? Hey! Eventually we'll just have this guy sitting in the corner of every live stream with his head flapping as I talk. Others are poor because they choose to be poor. Look at how well I'm doing because I put in a lot of effort. Yeah. I worked hard to get all of these riches because that's how getting riches works. It's based on the amount of labor you put in, which is why, the janitors and the car mechanics and people and like laborers who do hard physical sweating work are the just billionaires amongst us, right? Because it really comes down to the amount of labor that you contribute, the effort, the work that you put in, right? It's not manipulating and deceiving and cheating and stealing from someone else. It's not like the way that you get rich is by taking someone else's income from them and putting it in your pocket, under the guise of saying, oh, well, I invested and sort of loaned the money to in order to, and it all just comes back to, you own the company, so you're taking a bunch of the money that is all generated by the work of these people, which means you're just taking a bunch of money out of their pockets. The money should be theirs. This hand is a little bit, the whole hand is a problem. I mean, look at everything else. Don't focus on the hand. Look at how good we've gotten to at this point. And we're going to make the hand look that good too, eventually. Just give me a second here. Hands and feet. Feet, I've had some fun with the feet there. It came together okay, but hands are... I wanted to put in like a recall on the hand as a concept, like who came up with this thing? Like, artists spend their whole lives trying to figure out how to draw a hand correctly. Try and draw a hand, it doesn't come out right. You try and 3D model a hand, it doesn't. Who invented this thing? It's ridiculous. Somebody needs to put in a notice and bring these back in, Sorry for releasing such a substandard product. We've decided to recall the human hand and try and come up with something that makes a little goddamn sense. We apologize. We hope you'll continue to shop with Yahweh Enterprises or something like that. Passive income equals taking profit from others. I mean, I have passive income because I've made, all these videos for 10 years and stuff like that. So now I have like a passive income revenue stream that is, my work from all that time that's still out there and still drawing ad revenue and stuff like that. When your passive revenue comes from somebody else's labor, you know, for example, the money that YouTube makes off of my work, you know, there's the idea here would be that the people who create the platform, maintain the platform, stuff like that, they need to continue. They need to be able to make a living off of the work that they've done and the work that they continue to do to you know, keep the platform going. And this is the situation for anything and everything. This is my premise of how this all should work and would work in a just society. So everybody gets paid for, you know, having done some work, and then, like, but everybody gets, like, the share that makes some fucking sense. And in an ideal world, everybody would just get an equal share. If everybody put, you know, you put in some effort, I put in some effort, all that kind of stuff, we get to a point where the goal here isn't for any one of us to get rich. It's for all of us to pay our fucking bills and go home from it. The goal is not to make the money. The goal is to, you know, create the thing that you want to create, to be doing the thing that you enjoy doing, to be doing the thing that needs to be done, to be contributing something, that kind of thing. And then, you know, this would be the ideal. This is the Star Trek society we're talking about. Star Trek, the Next Generation style Star Trek. Anyway, is, you know, the fundamental premise is that humanity gets to a point where it recognizes that it does the things that it does because it wants to do them. You know, we're at that era in humanity right now where we're looking at we're coming into conflict with our own creations of AI and stuff like that, and it really begs the question: why do you do the things that you do? Because now, in a lot of industries, including the one that I'm, you know, flirting with right here, that I'm working on in front of your very eyes right now, we could have gotten this project, you know, I could have had, if I had access to an AI that does this kind of thing, could have, like, asked it to, you know, make me a naked Kerbal model, and then at least, like, started from something and worked on that and sculpted from there. Like, there's AI at this point is making it so that there's a lot of stuff that you just don't have to do. And so it's putting us all as humanity into a situation, a lot of these industries, of what you should be, what the opportunity that this is giving you is the opportunity to question why it is that you do the things you do. What is the purpose of them? What is your goal? Why are you doing them? On a philosophical level, on a, you know, do you have a point to your fucking existence kind of a level? These are the questions that you should be asking. You know, if the answer is to acquire money and security and comfort, then, like, you were already AI. You were already somebody who just, like, shows up and does whatever the person who has the money tells you to do so that you can get some portion of the money and then take it home and you know, as someone once said very, very cleverly, you spend 40 hours a week driving to a job in a car that you have to pay the, you know, lease on in order to get to the work that you can do the 40 hours of work so that you can afford the home that you never get to spend any time in because you have to continue working in order to, and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, do you have an actual, like, point to your existence? Do you have a goal? Do you have, and it's not necessarily a goal, it's just like, do you have your priorities straight? Do you know why you're doing the thing you're doing, or are you just going through motions that you were told to go through? And by the way, who told you to go through those motions, and who does it benefit, and who's taking home the bulk of your fucking paycheck every week? Like, how can you have rich people getting richer off of these investor situations and stuff like that? Where do you think that money comes from? You know, people who've already got all this money, and then every quarter they're extracting hundreds of millions of dollars from the company, and it's like, hey, do you know that those hundreds of millions, that could have been part of what you took home? You and your coworkers could have been taking home that money. You did the work, right? You're the people actually doing whatever you're doing, assembling, designing, manufacturing, you know, cleaning up the space that needs to be worked in. You're shipping. You're like all of the work that actually needs to be done. It's not some rich asshole who did that and who's doing that. The only way that you get rich is to steal someone else's income. And so when you see them, you know, extracting hundreds of millions of dollars, when you see, here's the thing in the U.S., when that whole East Palestine derailing in Ohio, that big train thing that happened that probably everybody's already forgotten about because, you know, who cares? When that happened, the information that I remember circulating was that at that time, and I presume little has changed because why would it? At that time, the rail baron companies that run America's rail systems were pulling 40 cents of profit off of every dollar that gets spent on shipping something somewhere. 40%, 40 cents of profit. That's 40 cents of profit. That's 40 cents out of every single, you know, out of our pockets, out of your pocket. That's where riches come from. You know, this is a basic function, you know, things that just need to happen. We need to get products that people make from one side of the country to the other. We need to move petroleum and you know, energy and stuff like that from the place that they haul the coal out of the earth so that we can burn it somewhere else and destroy our you know, planet here with pollution and stuff like that. They are the things that, you know, technically do need to happen. You know, in the world that we're in right now. And it's like, why the fuck are we allowing people who already have more resources than they will ever need to, you know, steal everyone else's money in order to make themselves even richer than they will ever need to be rich? You know, it's basic kindergarten math is what I always like to say. When we end up talking about like profit and stuff like that, and the problem with just with being rich in general is that you can't have, like, you have poverty because you have wealth. Fundamentally, you can't everyone can't be rich, right? That's impossible. Surely, you know, any reasonable person could recognize that not everyone can be rich, because if everyone were rich, then there would be no distinction of rich. Rich wouldn't mean anything anymore, right? The very concept of rich is to have more than most people have. So you have to, in a world, unless we live in a world where shit just like falls out of the fucking sky, unless there's some news that came in and, you know, all of physics and science turned out to be wrong. And in fact, turns out that this planet is just full of limitless resources that continue to renew constantly. And there's no real value to anything because we can always get more of it. If that's the truth and that's the case, then hooray, cool, then we can do this whole rich thing. But if we're living in a world that has a limited number of resources, then every time that you take a resource for yourself, you necessarily take it from someone else. You necessarily take the extra for yourself from someone else who now has less. And in this world, I believe it's 4 out of every 10, we're talking 40% of the populace, global populace, who lives in abject poverty, who lives in a level of poverty where it's like they live off of $2 or less a day or something like that. Actually, the 40%, it might be $6 a day. $6 a day or less, the equivalent of $6 a day. The entire population of the planet lives, 40% of the population lives like that. I'm over here living on the streets of Detroit in 6 Mile, living off of, you know, a lot of government programs and stuff like that, and getting food assistance and all that kind of thing, because we're disability. I'm living with disability and living in poverty over here. I'm living in a city where, in the United States of America, 1 in every 3 people who live in this city are living in poverty. 1 in every 3. 30% of the population of the city of Detroit is below the federal poverty line, which the federal poverty line, last I looked, was like $1,400 a month for a single person, I think. Maybe it's up to $1,500 or $1,600 now, because, things change, inflation, whatnot, things move around. But, what do you think of those numbers? 1 in every 3 people living in this city of about 700,000 people. So what's a third of 7? I'm talking like 200 and something thousand people just in the city of Detroit. Just in one city, 200,000 people living at a rate, living with incomes and wages and stuff like that. That the government of the United States of America, which, by the way, pretty much everyone everywhere agrees that the federal government doesn't, the federal poverty line is set ridiculously, that it, should be higher. In other words, that it should put more of its citizens beneath it, and that it's kept where it, is, because America doesn't want to seem as much a shithole as it is. These are the realities of our world, and the thing is, the reason why, you got 10% of the nation's homeless population living in LA is because look at the other part of LA. Look at the 90% of LA. Look at what they're doing with the money. Look at the money that the people living out of fucking refrigerator boxes in tents underneath overpasses need to live is right up that hill. Right up that hill. Right over there, the Beverly Hill, that just climb into that Hollywood Hill over there, and there's all the money that you need to live. That you and like 1,000 other people need to live exists. It's just in that house right there, that one house at the top of that hill, which is next to thousands of other houses that have, each one of them has the wealth in it that is necessary for 1,000 people to live their lives and not be struggling every single day. The desperation that the capitalist-minded Westerner has to try and justify, come up with a way where it's okay that I stole this, that I didn't steal it. I worked hard for it. Oh yeah, you worked real fucking hard for it. You worked hard by lying and manipulating and cheating and stealing and positioning yourself in a place to take someone else's shit. They like to say like, oh well, I took risks. That's the thing. That's how they like to justify it. Is once you get them pressed against the wall and say, what the fuck are you even talking about? Then it's like, well, I took significant risks in order to start something, and it's like, fuck you. Fuck you. You want to be paid for your fucking risks. We want to be paid for actual fucking labor that gets done every goddamn day. Fuck you. You want to be paid for your risk? Okay, put a value on risk like insurance does. Put a value on risk like an insurer does. And then when that amount is paid off, get the fuck out of the way. Now you can't justify that shit anymore, right? If you're really going to play this game where you're going to try and logic me into saying, oh, well, we took risks with investing money that we could have lost, and so that's why we should be able to collect. Okay, then there is a set value to that. You don't get to collect it in perpetuity, do you, asshole? There is a value just like on risk, just like exists in insurance. And if you're going to claim, which I don't allow you to claim that. I'm not saying that I would allow this argument. I'm saying the argument doesn't even work for the people who make it, because your own argument falls apart when you acknowledge that risk has a value to it, and that value is limited, and you don't get to collect on the risk that you took once upon a time for the rest of fucking eternity. But that's what you want to do as a rich person. That's what you want to keep taking the money out of the pockets of the people, the laborers, the people who are actually doing the fucking work. There's no justification for it. It's just greed. It is just pure, simple greed. That's all it is. It's a story as old as time. It's what every, like, philosopher and spiritual practitioner and all of the great minds and thinkers of every generation have been talking about, throughout philosophy and throughout religion and throughout all that shit. It's always just been about these simple concepts of individual greed. Stuff like that. And that's all it is. It's just people like Ayn Rand and, the folks who love that kind of work and stuff like that. It's justifications. People looking for a way to justify the choices that they're making that are unjustifiable. You can't come up with a way that it's okay for you to take extra for yourself. Like, at a certain point, like, I'm willing to say, all right, well, I'll let you make 100,000 a year, 150,000 a year. So, like, there's got to be an upper limit here. We got to be able to, as a civilized group of people, say that we can't have homeless folks. We can't have people living in poverty. We can't have kids growing up in households where they're having to decide who gets to eat today and shit like that. Anywhere on the surface of the earth, we cannot have that going on and simultaneously have people who, as individuals, hold billions of dollars worth of wealth. Personally, individually. Millions of dollars is already obscene. Tens of millions is extremely obscene. Hundreds of millions is profane. And billions is a crime against fucking nature for any person to hold, and we should all be able to agree to those terms at the very least. At the very least. I would like to say, just to make it more palatable to people, that we can find a way where, we can draw our lines at a place where it's like, hey, if you can find a way to make X number of dollars a year, without obviously robbing other people, which is going to be... When the higher that number gets, the more you're just going to have to be robbing other people. So I don't know how that's going to work out, that we're going to figure it out. But I would like to set the number high enough to where most people would be able to say, okay, yeah, you're right. That's the number then. That's what the number should be. So I'm willing to make it a lot higher than I would personally have it be. But we all have to be able to agree that there is a number and there is a line where, at the point where you're taking that much for yourself while there are others who have need, you're the problem. You're the one. You're now the reason. It's not that they didn't work hard enough for it, but you did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Most of the people who, die who live and die, live their entire lives below, in poverty and die that way, worked harder in one day of their life than any of these fucking assholes who think that, golfing with the mayor is a fucking job. I work hard for a living. You can see what I've been doing this whole time with the Kerbal, right? I've been trying to stubify these fingers a little bit. Make them shorter, make them thicker, more powerful. No need to make it realistic like a human hand because it's an alien hand, said the unlicensed streamer some time ago. Imagine the increased productivity if everyone could afford to live nearby their work rather than commute. Yeah, imagine if we
just planned our communities in a way that made any fucking sense. It was like, hey, let's make this, let's have systems of transportation that function for the average person. But also, let's plan our communities in such a way as they are designed for, human beings, as opposed to designed to make the automobile companies, the rich people who own the automobile companies, to make them richer. All of the fucking problems that we face in this world come back to somebody doing something that doesn't make any goddamn motherfucking sense. Because it does make sense. For their own interests, for their own greedy fucking interests. I was just thinking about war in a way that so many people have thought about war before, but I feel like it takes a while for it to connect with you in a certain special way. And it's sort of the same thing that you've been saying the whole time, but it finally like makes sense that way. And it's just the question, who is war for? What peoples, what population of a nation have ever said, let's go to war with those other people over there. Let's go to war with the population that lives over there. You, me, and my neighbor, I want to send my children to fight those bastards over there and their children. When has that ever been the case in a war? In the modern world, but honestly, going all the way, thousands of years, 5,000 years of quote-unquote civilized humanity, when has that ever been the case of war? It's really hard to find a just moment in human history where war has been really about something. We've got a couple in recent history, but when it comes down to it, the proliferation of war, the continuation of war, who pushes us into war, who keeps us in war, why do we keep having another war after another war after another war, like we didn't remember what they were last time? Why was America sitting in Afghanistan for 20 fucking years? Why do we go into Vietnam? Why are we, why are they trying to turn to China into the big bad boogeyman again? Like, why? Who benefits from this? What is the purpose of it? What's going on here? Where does war come from? Is my question. Because you and me sitting at home on our porches and enjoying a lemonade on a sunny afternoon, and then somehow we get to the point where we're going to war with people that we've never met before. Did you do that? Did I do that? Did we make these choices? How did this happen? How did we get to the point where we decided that we're going to go and, we're going to murder you, you're going to murder us, and hopefully, we're going to figure out who's able to murder enough in order to force the other one to do what the first one, and every single fucking time, it's about getting resources from the other. It's about making rich people richer. It's about making people who are in positions of power feel more powerful. It's not about fucking populations. It's almost never has anything to do with the population. They struggle to find ways to make war about populations. And there's a couple of examples in human history where you could say, like, there was a fucking Holocaust going on, and World War II, and fighting against the Nazis, just, the essential evil of history, politically and nationalistically speaking, from recent memory. And it's like, okay, there's one war. What about the 700 others? What about the 700 and but it wasn't a war, it was a conflict. And it's like, all of this just keeps happening over and over and over again. Why? Because you want something? Because you're angry at those people over there? No. It's because somebody who has a bunch and thinks that they should be in charge of it all, or just wants to get more, it's them. It's not us. It's rich folk who continuously thrust us into these fucked up situations, but again and again and again. Vexus said, get rich beyond belief, then spin the media with your money so that people revere you and get even richer, making people think they too can be like you. Yeah. And it's incredible to think that, there are defenders of the billionaires, and there's people out there who are, and it's one thing to be like a defender of the billionaires when you're a millionaire and you have like reasonable aspirations that maybe I can get there if I can keep these suckers, in their trance-like state. If I can keep people fooled, then, so I'll be out here, defending, sure. But you got like people in fucking poverty. You got, in the South in the United States of America, that's where most of this country's, welfare provisions end up going. And they're also the group of people who keep voting, a party into office who's like anti-welfare and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, hey guys, you're the people who are taking the biggest advantage of the existence of these systems. Maybe stop sweeping pulling the rug out from underneath your own feet. It would be my suggestion. But, clearly there's like a large population of the United States, over here who thinks, who thinks that it's a really important thing that the rich be able to get richer constantly. And if we have to sacrifice, like, you know, if people have to be poor and suffering and live and die and not have access to health care, and homeless populations that we're just going to leave unaddressed. 1% of the American populace tastes homelessness every year. Last time I looked at the numbers, they said that every year 3 million Americans will at some point in the course of that year experience homelessness. At any given moment, I believe, what was the number? At any given moment, I think it's 500,000 Americans are homeless. So tonight, 500,000 Americans are homeless. But 6 times that number will be homeless at some point across the course of this year. And at 3 million, that's basically 1% of the U.S. population. Every single year tastes homelessness. And, you know, my question is, why? We got all this money. We keep, you know, we're told we have all this money. We're told we're in one of the richest nations in the world. Blah blah blah. It's like, how can that be the case? How can it be that 1 in every 100 people? You know, the next time you watch like a sporting event or something, you know, especially if you're in the stands at a Japanese baseball field or something. No, in America, you're watching a sporting event. You're watching like something where there's a stadium full of people. Look around. And, you know, if you're really bored, if the game really sucks or something like that, or it's getting rained out and you got the time, sit there and start counting. And just go 1, 2, 3, 4, count heads, and just like figure out, okay, every time that I get to 100, that's a homeless person. That person is going to be homeless at some point in the next year. Because that's what America is. That's the honest to God, real truth, statistically speaking, of American wealth. So every time that you're driving down the road and you pass through, you're stuck in traffic and you're counting up all the cars and you're thinking about how many people you're stuck in traffic with. Well, if there's, you know, an average of 1.5 people in every car or something like that, every 70-something cars that you see, one of those people is going to be homeless before the year is out. You know, it's just a way of thinking about it. The realities are it has to do with a lot of things in your situation and your race in this racist fucking country and, you know, all that kind of thing. But, you know, statistically speaking, for every 100 Americans you see, the 100th is going to be homeless. And by the way, for every 10 Americans you see, and this just fucking blows my mind when you start thinking about this, for every 10 Americans that you see, you count the 10th person to walk by on any American street, that guy lives in poverty. Because 1 in every 10 Americans live below the poverty line. And if, you know, you can just count the black people walking by, every time you see 5 black people, the 5th one is living in poverty. Because it's a 20% rate of poverty, more or less, in black America. Because of racism and slavery and the way that wealth works in America and where it comes from. And it's just, it blows my fucking mind that can be the state of things. And yet people can walk around somehow managing to, you know, convince themselves that this is fine. Managing to convince themselves, you know, more specifically that that the wealth that they acquire for themselves doesn't affect anyone else, you know? It's not, listen, it's just the wealth that I acquired for myself. I worked hard in order to get this for me. They just keep telling them that, sells that shit, and it's like, there are people right fucking next to you who need fucking gas money, who need money to repair their car, who need money to buy the fucking food, to keep the lights on this month, and you're taking all of that just for you. And then, you know, throw on top of that, all the bullshit about this being like a Christian nation, all that stuff, because of course Christ's teachings were all about like loving thy neighbor as thyself. I mean that comes from before Christ in the Jewish religion, but Jesus was real big into that, and all of his teachings were wrapped around the idea of if you don't care for the guy standing next to you, then you don't deserve to, you know, be part of this religion. You are not worthy of your God. You are not worthy of me. If you take for yourself while someone else has need, and people walk around saying, oh, this is a Christian country. And it's like, really? then why is it that the, Christians are the ones who most resist the idea of using the people's government in order to provide for the least amongst us? How can you fucking possibly claim that there's some kind of Christian ethos here? And it's because they've changed what Christianity means. It's because Christianity is heresy, is heresy against the actual teachings of Christ at this point. But it's just, it's more bullshit. It's not, you know me, I like the religious stuff, I like the spiritual stuff. But it's just another aspect of the same thing, the same, like, disease of greed and the psychology of convincing yourself that it's okay. What I'm taking doesn't come from anywhere. It's just mine now. It's just mine now. People down the street, whatever their fate is, if they wanted some of what I've got, then they should have done what I did. Something like that. That's always the justification. Always has something to do with that. Ooh, that little change is really, really fixed something that bothered me for a long time. That little touch right there. The bank I used to work at had a 100% profit margin, meaning 50% of fees, interest, etc. went to shareholders. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. The banks are incredible, too, because, the whole concept of banking comes back to the idea that, here's my money, and then they take it and they use your money to, like, make investments and make more money and loan it out to other people and make interest on all that kind of shit. And then some of them have the fucking gall to, like, demand that you pay them for the privilege of them using your money in order to make money. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? And, banking fees and, pay us to keep a something account open. And then the, like, pittance, the meager amount of interest that you earn on the money that most banks give, most American banks give on the money that you have in your accounts at any given time. Well, meanwhile, like, the interest that they're not giving to you is making them rich. They are getting rich off of the portion of the interest that they're not giving to you that they have made off of your money. And it's like, holy shit. We actually do our banking with, I don't know if I should say this, because then, just people know a lot about me because I'm a public figure, but I don't think it really matters. I've recommended them many times for, like, credit card and stuff like that. We're currently banking with Discover. Discover Bank. You got Discover Card, and Discover does, like, internet banking. They don't have physical locations. They've got an online system. And Discover, like, if you actually look at how much interest you get from Discover just by having a Discover checking account, it's fucking incredible in comparison to what you usually get. Like, we've made enough. We're living in poverty over here. And we got, like, forms this year in terms of the interest that we made off of, like, our checking and our savings account. So that we can file it with our taxes. I've never gotten that before. Because I've been banking with, like, PNC or Chase or something like that, and these motherfuckers don't give you anything for the interest that they're making off of your money. You get fucking nothing whatsoever from them, and it blew my mind when I saw, like, just how much money in the course of a year, having no money, living in poverty and stuff like that, how much we made in interest, which when I say how much, I'm talking like $12 off of the checking and something, it was, but that's huge in comparison to what I was used to seeing, from banking with the big banks, the big physical location banks, and they're just robbing you. They are just robbing you. How are they rich? Where's their money coming from? They're robbing you. That's how you get rich. Because fundamentally, here's another way of saying it that I like to say. Fundamentally, no human being can do enough labor in order to become rich. There's no way for you as an individual to do enough actual labor, and I mean labor, that that you would become rich off of it. There's a certain amount of labor, a certain amount of contributing to the good of other people's interests and the good of humanity at large and stuff like that. And it's like, you just think about like who has made the biggest and most important contributions to humanity, to the world that we share, to our whole system, all that kind of stuff, or just like who should be paid the most for what they've done. And, you know, it seems to me like the logical and easy to find answer would be, I don't know, the smartest motherfuckers on the planet, the Einsteins and the Rosens and the people who created, you know, figured out the physics that has made our entire modern lifestyle possible. Maybe they should have been made into millionaires and billionaires. If anybody's going to be, then maybe it's like the scientists. No, but it isn't, is it? It's not them. That's curious. They've undeniably made the biggest contribution to the species, and yet they are not the most remunerated. Stephen Hawking's and stuff like that. How about the rocket scientists and the NASA people and stuff like that? And it's like, yeah, they make a 6-digit salary. They're not hurting or nothing, but they're not the billionaires. Fucking Elon's the billionaire. Guy. It's the dude who owns the rocket company whose head is so far up his own ass he has no fucking idea what's going on at any given moment. He's the guy who becomes super rich. He's not the one doing the fucking engineering. He's not the one doing the fucking math. He's not the one figuring out the conic, this, that, the specific pulse of the fucking engine that they'll need for, you know, is it going to be more or less efficient in atmosphere or vacuum? And, you know, what if we made the bell a little bit larger on the... He's not the one doing that shit. And the people who are making these advancements possible, who are making it possible for us to, you know, potentially move into a new age of humanity, they're not the ones who get remuneration, because it's not about the contribution you make. It's not about the labor that you put in. It isn't, nor has it ever been, about that. It's about, you know, kings and queens and shit. It's about being the most vicious. You know, people came into power originally by being the ones who were just willing to fucking kill you and take what you had. And the one who was willing to do that, who had no particular, like, empathy for another human being, they were unrestricted the way that most of the rest of us are. That, you know, by the idea that, well, I wouldn't do that to someone else because I wouldn't want it done to me. The people who didn't have that, holding them back, making them stop and consider, oh, maybe I shouldn't be that asshole today. Those are the ones who got ahead. Those are the ones who grabbed and seized and took for themselves and acquired and none of the actual, you know, benefits that have come forward in humanity come out of those motherfuckers. They're just the ones who have the money and the power by virtue of having been the most psychopathic, sociopathic, disconnected, you know, the people who don't even have to justify it to themselves. We're sitting here talking about, like, how people rationalize what they're doing and stuff like that. The people who are rationalizing are mere sociopaths, and they are limited in the amount of power that they can ever acquire, you know? A mere sociopath does not make it to being, like, a CEO of a Fortune 500 corporation. You have to be a psychopath for that. Because, you know, if you're not a psychopath, if you're still like somebody who justifies, like sits around trying to come up with a reason for why it's okay for us to, you know, use child labor from this African country in order to Dutch process our cocoa. If you're actually sitting around still trying to justify, you're going to get shot in the head and eaten alive by an actual an actual psychopath who doesn't have to slow down to think about that stuff, who just goes, yeah, I mean, I'm not in it to make this company better. I'm in it because the people who, you know, who have the money that make this company run will give it to me. I'm in it for me. And so, you know, I don't care who has to live or die in order to get what I want. That person is going to take the job of any mere sociopath who wants to, like, be a leader, who wants to, you know, take up the reins of these horrific industries. And that's how the corporations justify what they do, too. They're always, it's basically an idea of if we weren't doing it this way, then somebody else would come in and do it this way anyway. Yes. But, that's another part of, like, justifying it, If we didn't enslave people in a third world in order to create our products, then, if Reebok weren't doing it, then Nike would, and Adidas would be doing it, It's all just evil justifying evil, and ultimately it's nothing more complicated, harder to understand than greed. It's just greed. It's just greed, self-interest, lack of empathy, disconcern for the realities of other people who are just like you, who for the most part have, the same basic wants and needs, but you find a way to tell yourself that you don't owe them anything, and whatever else, in order to get to that place where you can just take and do whatever the fuck you gotta do in order to get what you want for you. And then, in polite company, you come up with some kind of justification for it. Some kind of, somebody's got to do it, and if we weren't, and if I didn't, and whatever else you say. It's all just a justification for self-interested greed. And, having been a monastic, having been Zen Buddhist monastery monastic kind of person, the place that I'm coming from is a lot more like, having done vows of poverty and stuff like that. And the teachings that I've enjoyed along my road are way, way more. They would be way more restrictive on what's a reasonable amount of money to have or to take, resources to take for yourself and stuff like that. And the kind of like religious and spiritual takes on this stuff get really fucking serious about, like, and hard. And monks, Zen monks, Buddhist monks, for thousands of years, part of the deal was like begging for just enough rice for you'd beg from other people for rice in order to show your humility, and then the amount of rice that you would take, because you were taking from other people, would be as little as humanly possible, because you don't want to take from them. And like the whole journey of the Buddha, the Shakyamuni Buddha, in the forest and stuff like that, he goes out there and he tries to take as little as he possibly can, even from Mother Nature, to leave as little footprint and to take as least as he possibly can. That's where, like, people who are seeking a profound spiritual experience take this idea of greed and selfishness and self-desire and self-fulfillment and shit like that. We take it to a place that's a lot harder to, like, live with, and to accept that these are going to be the limitations that I'm putting upon myself, for the benefit of, everyone else, for the benefit of all of us as peoples together. Way harder than just acknowledging that a billionaire is an act of violence upon everyone else around them. These concepts can be taken to a much more serious place, but I'm trying to bring them up in a way that's, like, somewhat palatable to the general population of human beings out there who have grown up in these societies and in this world, and have a general sense of, like, yeah, but I gotta get my 2-car garage, right? I gotta have the backyard and the 2-story house and the 2-car garage and the in-ground pool. I mean, isn't that what I'm supposed to be doing? It's like, holy shit. I mean, if you want to compare to some of the religious and philosophical teachings that I've followed in my life, those are major sins, what we just talked about, what I just just brought up, that's like, wow, that is a lot that you want to take for yourself while other people have need. But try and like approach it from a place that's at least palatable to the modern human being living in these societies. But I do want it to be said and want it to be heard and known that it's like, there's a lot deeper to be found here. In these philosophies. You can take this to a much more significant place. The low housing costs in Detroit helps. Houses here are literally $1 million. Mortgages or rent is so hard to cover, says unlicensed streamer. Yeah, and these microcosm economies and stuff, that's why I like to shit on California in general, Southern California in general. It's like, holy goddamn hell, everybody out there has, the ability to sort of justify how much money they need to take for themselves because of how incredibly expensive it is to live in the area that they've chosen to live in. And they should be asking themselves, like, why is this area as expensive as it is? What is going on? What brought us here? And the answer is horrific. It's awful. It's slavery and it's classism and it's, racism, and all of the answers to those questions are just fucking awful and terrible when you actually ask the questions. But, the people who are living out there who have that money, they'd much prefer to just not ask those questions and then just instead, like, sit around complaining about how expensive it is to live out here and how much money I need to make and and it's like, yeah, that's why you've got 10% of the, nation's homeless population concentrated into one fucking American city, is because of the microcosm economy that you've made. That's just about greed and wealth, and we want this area to be too expensive for certain people to be able to live in. And that's how you end up with a large homeless population, because you've accomplished your goal. It is now too expensive for a lot of people to live in. Problem is, it doesn't mean that people, like, just vanish. They don't poof out of thin air. The people still exist, and they still have to live. And so what you've done is you've just made it untenable for human beings to live, to be able to afford the basic necessities. And, like, you've done it by the choices that you've made. Like, who the fuck, like, what do you have to do? What kind of reality do you got to be living in to blind yourself to see, when you're buying that, how many digits go into a $10 million, an 8-digit, fucking home in Southern California? How blind do you have to make yourself to not go, oh yeah, I'm the problem? To not reflect on how it is that these prices even exist, what you're paying for, why are you paying for it? What's the history here? What am I getting out of this? It's all nasty. It's all nasty. Of course, unlicensed streamer, talking about a capital city in let's see, Lockheed Martin stockholders like war. Yeah. It's always been about power and money, and it's never about, like, power or money for the people of the nation when the war stuff, It's the thing to reflect on is, why does this keep happening? Who benefits? Who wants to go to war again? When is there a justification for it that actually makes sense? And who starts the war and stuff like that? Why has there got to be another one? Last one just barely, do you note the timing on how this works out? Like, we leave Afghanistan and then immediately the next thing starts. And You know, Korea goes into Vietnam, which goes into Cuba, which goes into, like, do you see how it just never ends because there's, like, industries, there's rich people who expect to keep making the money. And if one of the many ways that they've got to make money in their portfolios is bombs and guns and killing people. And so, you know, the whole, like, JFK thing, a lot of conspiracy theories around JFK is that, you know, it wasn't just that Russia killed him, but that the war powers, you know, CIA and Secret Service and Black Ops kind of people who had a lot of power coming out of the World War II era through the 50s and entering into the 60s and stuff like that, JFK came in and started to dismantle all that and started to say, you know, you people aren't elected by the fucking people, and you've got all this control, and you're doing these things that nobody voted for, and not even like the elected politicians are necessarily involved in some of the decisions that these secret offices are making on behalf of the American people to, like, fuck with other nations' governments and overthrow their democracies and stuff like that. And just a lot of shit is going on that nobody is asking you to do, and nobody gave you authority to do explicitly, and you're just doing it, and you're getting your money from places that aren't even funded by the American people, and it's like, we're going to stop some of that. You know, JFK was getting in there, and he was turning things around and saying, we're going to exit this era of perpetual war. And so a lot of the conspiracy theories revolve around the idea that, like, between the CIA and FBI and all the power that was in, like, Secret Service kind of people, and the desire from the rich people, who make a lot of money, they're Lockheed Martin kind of people, make a lot of money off of selling, you know, selling a new helicopter for the new generation of wars that we're going to fight and stuff like that. That they looked at what JFK was trying to do. He was actually trying to, like, bring us together with the Soviets. You know, there was the space race, but he wanted to, like, exit the space race and work together in order to move into space with the Soviets. He's trying to, like, heal and draw us away from the perpetual war. He wasn't going to get into Vietnam. He was not going to take us into Vietnam. And so, you know, you look at these things and you say, well, who killed him? How is it that he was allowed to be killed anyway? President of the United States of America, where was the Secret Service? Where were all of the things that you would expect to be in place on a day like that to make sure that threats couldn't materialize? And they were all missing. You know, and then I think the more important thing than to care about, like, conspiracy theories from, what are we talking about there, 60 years ago? 60-year-old conspiracy theories is just to recognize that the reason why those conspiracy theories have validity is because of the fundamental reality that war is never for the people or by the people or of the people. It's fought by the people, but it's not, you know, for the benefit. It doesn't come from our desire to something, something, something. When it does come from the people's desire, it's because the people were whipped up into a fury by the elements of, you know, rich folk who use their control over the media to create, you know, a desire or rather a willingness to accept what they're planning to do with or without us. So I think the important part of all that is just to, you know, regard war as, like, where does it come from? Who is it? Why do we keep doing it? But over and over and over again, there's no benefit to it. Here's where my mind comes from on this. Shouldn't humanity be working toward tearing down the borders that exist between us? Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Isn't that, like, obviously where we should be moving in terms of, if you just take the slightest moment to think about what's the future of humanity as a whole, what is our future together? what should be we're working towards? And I think of this because I recently had, it's been a while now, it's a couple of months or something like that, but one of the last conversations that I had with my father involved him, bringing up the European Union in a negative light. And it just really pisses me off. It really pisses me off. Because my question to anyone who's going to look at the European Union in a really negative light is, what the fuck should we be doing then? What do you think is a good idea? Each little nation, building a bigger wall to try and keep its neighbor out, trying to, we're fighting for the same resources that we all need to try and get to base. What do you think that a people's government should be trying to accomplish? What should we be trying to move toward on an international stage? What is your fucking idea of the future of humanity if it doesn't, if it is apparently making the imaginary lines that we've drawn on our maps thicker and stronger and mean more, as opposed to breaking them down and recognizing that we are all in this together, that we all have the same needs, even if we've got slightly different desires and value things differently and that kind of a thing. At the end of the day, we all have the same needs. There's not a single person who doesn't need fucking shelter and clothing and in the modern world, electricity for lights and heat in the winter and shade in the summertime and stuff like that. All of our needs are exactly the fucking same. So why? What is your goal on the long term if you're going to be fucking European Union? It's what do you think we're doing then? Where are we going? Because if you're not imagining a scenario in which humanity starts tearing down these fucking walls and trying to, blur those lines as opposed to make them even more rigid, then your idea for the future of humanity is just more war, right? It's just more powerful people using the power in order to get us to fight and kill each other for no fucking reason when we all have the same interests and the same needs and shit like that. If your plan isn't to unite the species and forget about the fact that we're slightly different colors or have different heights or whatever, all the stupid little shit, we wear different hats, if we're not trying to come together, then what are we trying to do? Come apart? More war? Bigger walls? If we're building bigger walls so that we can keep do you think they're going to stand? Do you think they stay up? Do you think they manage to be defended ever when you make those walls? They last a couple of years and then they fall again. Maybe you manage to, Great Wall of China stuff, it lasts for a little while, then it crumbles and it turns into a fucking tourist attraction. What is your plan if it isn't to unite us by removing the barriers between us? And so when I hear people come at it from a certain perspective, I understand the EU, there are downsides to the bureaucratic nature, problems that arise, stuff like that. I get that there's going to be, but on a fundamental level, if you don't think that where we should be going is something like the European Union, nations coming together and recognizing that that we're in this together, we need to stop, fighting each other or different currencies and not allowing having borders where it's hard to cross and hard to, you can't come over here and work in our country unless you do something, jump through a bunch of fucking hoops and all that kind of stuff. If you're not trying to break that shit down, then that means that you just plan on forever wars. And that's what that's your idea of a beautiful future for humanity, I assume. Forearm is Popeyes. Yes, it is, Jermacy. It's the Kerbal. It's based off of reference photos. And I decided that this was the distinguishing feature of a Kerbal arm. Unlicensed Trooper said, EU makes so much better laws than the member states. Having 26 countries that want to work together for humanity outside of national interest really helps the average person. Certainly seems to me, when I hear about, the little things, how much do you guys pay for, internet over there? Just little stuff like that, the little stuff that actually affects most of us, most of the actual populace. And I hear what the difference is when you got all these nations coming in. It's like what you've managed to do there is you've managed to establish protection against some of the interests of those rich motherfuckers who want to come in and monopolize and set things up in a way that is best for their profit margins. And what you manage to accomplish when you come together is you cut them out of all of the markets in such a way as to say, no, you can't turn a person's health into a for-profit industry. We're not going to allow it in this neck of the woods. And the things that we all need and all share and all require, that's what the government is going to be there for. That's why we have a government, is to make sure that these provisions get made. Jermacian says, it's the powers in the shadows trying to foster nationalism so they can slowly take over with authoritarian leadership. And I think Jermacian, I think correct, and I think more so just to maintain what they've already got. The biggest threat to the power structure that has always existed, which is rich psychopaths and sociopaths, ruining our lives but making themselves bigger profits, is the people eventually figuring out that all of the power is and always has been with us, and if we just come together, then they have no authority. So they have to continuously separate and break down the possibility of peoples of multiple nations recognizing at the same time and coming together and realizing, yeah, what you need is what I need, and what I need is what you need, and like, why should we be separated on it? They need to continuously break the populations of the world apart and keep them at odds. One, because there's just momentary money to be made, but on the larger scale, in the larger scope, they just can't keep running the scam, the overall scam of where they manage to keep themselves rich while everybody else is struggling and running around and trying to just pay for, this afternoon. How are you going to run that shit? When people recognize that they share the same interests. How are you going to make your millions off of an industry like healthcare when people realize, yeah, actually nobody wants to get cancer and then find out that they're not covered for it. So maybe we just shouldn't make that a thing that you have to, that is up for debate. If you need medical treatment, you get it. How about that? What if we went that way? I think this hand and the wrist has come a long way. I want you to recall while I'm doing this that I'm trying to keep to the sensibility of the references of, the shape of a Kerbal from the game and from various media sources and things like that Squad produced, and 3D renderings and stuff like that they already have. So I'm trying to stick to something I'm trying to find the place where they've got these stubby little hands, and they've got these giant, forearms, and they've got these thick wrists that, when you look at what their spacesuits look like, they come out, in a very almost conic fashion. So I'm trying to maintain those aspects, which means that it has to look, it can't just look like the way that a human being's musculature looks. I'm trying to blend what we know about Kerbals from the imagery that we've got with the musculature that we're familiar with, the shapes and lines that we're familiar with, and find like a good middle ground for all of this. I hate how, let me just look at my own hand for a minute here. There's supposed to be a lot more webbing for a human hand, and there's just not webbing here. I guess that's the biggest problem, is that there's just not really webbing in this thumb. And I guess that's probably what's bothering my eye the most. And we're not going to, I'm not going to try and fight to get the webbing there. That would be like a lot of reworking to do when I'm mostly satisfied with everything else here. So Kerbal Hand's just not going to have that much webbing to it, and there's just not going to be that much movement to a Kerbal thumb. Is what I've decided here. You know, it comes in, but it don't go that much out. Don't go out the way that yours does, anyway. And I'm gonna try this, but I'm probably gonna undo it. I'm just gonna yeah, no. It's just, some of this is like too, it seems like it's too much, but you know what? Too much is better than not enough. And, when I look at it closely, I like where all the bulges are. These shadows are also like something that I should bear in mind is that they're a little bit exaggerated because I don't have cavity shading on, so they're not exaggerated. This is what they look like when you turn cavity shading on, and they get exaggerated. So let's not do that. I have cavity shading on in like layout and modeling mode, but not in the sculpting workspace, I guess. Let's see. I work quite closely with one section of the EU Commission, says unlicensed streamer. It is wonderful how there are much more smart people listening to problems than in national politics. I voiced a problem to the EU Commission. It was actually considered, handled, and €3 million was allocated to solve it. Imagine this. Imagine, as an American, I'm having trouble. The concept of being able to, bring an issue up to the people who are supposed to be responsible for addressing these issues and ultimately get some kind of resolution. The number of times that I've done that with something here in the city of Detroit, where I've brought an issue that I've identified up to the people who have been, appointed and or voted into office to oversee these sorts of things, and just had it go nowhere. Just, have it bounce off for months, trying to get it in, coming back to different folks, and just have it all bounce off and nothing ever gets resolved. And, I recently brought up that the Detroit Water and Sewer Department has been for the past, I think it's 3 years now, 2 to 3 years, has their billing department has been falsely billing people who are on the Lifeline program, the recipients of the of aid, of water aid, and because government assistance in paying your water bill so that poor people in poverty like us can keep your water on, because it's pretty important. So important it seems like maybe we should just provide that as a government and just tax people a little bit more for it. But whatever. They have, so the people who, need assistance. Oh yeah, that's a good line for this, isn't it? Something like that. The people who need assistance and who the government has come up with a program to provide assistance for these things. The state and the federal government working together, sort of merging, assets come from various locations, but some from the federal government, and the states get authority to distribute it in certain ways and stuff like that. The Detroit Water and Sewer Department has it so that the people who need assistance are being billed in a way that is that is incorrect. They get their bill and it says the wrong dollar amount. It says the wrong dollar amount, and this has been the state since it began in the beginning of 2024, or maybe even 2023. I'd have to think about it to try and come up with, but this has been the state of it. You go on the website today as somebody on the Lifeline program wanting to pay your water bill here in the city of Detroit. Let's save, and save incremental. Today, and you know, if you're on the Lifeline plan, it's supposed to be locked to $18 a month. It'll tell you owe $50, $60 or something like that. And if you believe it and you pay it, then like it's completely the opposite of what is supposed to be happening. These people, you know, the people who need help, myself included, our household included, you know, we don't need to be getting fucked around by incorrect billing systems that are lying to us about what we owe every month, and having to cross our fingers and hope that if we pay just $18 that we won't get our services shut off and shit like that. These are all like obvious issues that I brought up to all of the agencies that should have a concern for them here in the city of Detroit, back when they were first an issue, when the program started. And not only was I ostensibly laughed out of the room for having brought these issues up, it has now been years in the city of Detroit. Its water department is still hasn't updated its computer systems and its phone billing systems so as to be correct, just to be basically correct. And it's like, you know, if it wasn't a government institution, but it was a private entity that was misbilling its customers for a couple of months, they'd be getting fined by, you know, agencies of the government. They'd be getting sued for shutting people's service off under certain situations. Like, if this were a private outfit, there would have been problems already, and they would have had to fix it. If they tried to be as irresponsible as the government of the city of Detroit, as Gary Brown, the guy who runs the Detroit Water and Sewer Department, if a private corporation or something that ran this had done it the way that they'd done it, it would not have been allowed to stand. It wouldn't have worked this way. So yeah, I hear you say, like, I reached out to the EU and, you know, they did a thing about the problem. Stuff like that. It's like, fuck, I gotta get out of this country. I gotta get myself to Finland. I hope Finland's in the EU, but I'm getting to Finland because of the pure statistical reality of that Finland has the highest happiness rate in the fucking world or something like that. That's not awful, but I would like it to be closer. That's why I've been going back to, you know, bringing up Finland anyway. They solved homelessness. They fucking solved homelessness. And shock of all shocks, they solved homelessness the exact way that we always said you could solve homelessness, which was just give homeless people homes. Hey, we figured it out! And they solved fucking homelessness. And then the rest of the world, America especially, having a significant problem with its homeless population, you know, went, oh my God, Finland, you figured it out. Thank you for doing the hard work. Now we'll just implement the systems that you came up with here in our country. And the entire world became a better place. And now that I've told you a bedtime story, I'll tuck you in and give you a kiss, and you can go to sleep. Because if you believe that that's how that turned out, or ever will, then there's a bridge in New Jersey that I could sell to you today. Kerbal looks like it would rip someone's arms off if it got in a fight, doesn't it, though? Arnold Schwarzenegger. I like that. Kerbal, but it's uncomfortably realistic. That's basically, yeah, that's what we're going for here. Is this for a KSP Netflix adaptation? I hope that the Kerbal devs will let you sell the model when it is done. I'd be interested as a licensed streamer. The too much half makes me expect a Kerbal ka. Starting with a K, too. The Kerbal cock-a-doodle-doo. Finland is in the EU. It almost surprises me because they've got their shit so entirely straight. It's like, has the EU adopted those policies, you know? And if not, why the fuck hasn't the EU adopted those policies? And I know what the policies are, too. I did a lot of reading about it, And because it's not like no one's ever made an effort to... What is going on here? Okay, it is working. It just doesn't feel like it's working. Like no one's ever made the effort to... Usually, though, here's the sad part about the West, is that when there has been an effort made to actually like solve or address homelessness or drug use or something like that, because the obvious solutions are like... The obvious solutions are the ones that nobody wants to implement. So occasionally what you'll see is that actually a conservative government will come into power and implement those solutions in order to prove that they don't work. So a conservative government comes in to power and then implements things like, drug policies that allow drug users to, that create safe spaces for drug use and things like that in order to reduce the number of overdoses. But what they do is they quite intentionally refuse to implement them the way that they've been recommended to implement them, which is that you can't just do that. You have to also do this and that and the other thing at the same time. And so they manage to implement them in a way that makes it seem as though, well, we tried, guys, and it didn't work. Look, we tried. Except when you actually look at how they did it, you realize, yeah, you didn't do what needed to be done there. You did just a portion of it that you knew would fail if that was all that you did on its own. And so it was a completely political bullshit kind of a thing. And so for Finland to have finally just done all of the intelligent things that have been recommended for all the, which comes down to, when it comes to homelessness, give homeless people who don't have homes, give them a home. Somebody who, loses their job and no longer has a home, just boom, here's a home for you. It is not attached to, and by home I mean shelter. It is not attached to whether or not you are employed. It is not attached to whether or not you attend drug meetings. It is not attached to anything. Here, you're a human being. You need a place to sleep tonight, like I need a place to sleep tonight. So here's a place to sleep tonight, and they solved fucking homelessness. And it saves money, because of the costs of having people dying on the fucking streets and living on the fucking streets. It's all you got to do is not try and, just do the good thing. It's amazing because it's like it's the right thing to do that everyone knows is the right thing to do. It's almost biblical in that sense. It's almost religious in that sense, that when somebody finally just started doing the morally, objectively correct thing, which is not to say, well, I will help you out, but only if you jump through these hoops and prove to me that this and that and the other thing. No, on a governmental level, you just give people what they need to survive, and then you walk away. And what ends up happening is when you, and this is entirely fucking obvious, what we were all saying for all these years, when you give somebody who's in a bad situation, they're homeless because of drug use or alcohol use, or, there's an addiction in their life that's frequently the cause of it's a frequent cause for returning to homelessness over and over again anyway. When you just give someone stable fucking, ground underneath their feet, then, like, when they snap out, when they get to the point in their addiction where they have a break in it, there's moments in addiction. It's addiction. The fucking concept of addiction is you don't get to just choose to stop doing the thing. If you could just choose to stop doing the thing, guess what? We wouldn't call that addiction. It'd be called something else. It's addiction. And so times come up when you are addicted to something where you have the opportunity, the ability to try and push back against it and start to break the cycle of behavior and get out of the patterns that you've been in. But they come up when they come up. You can't force them to come up. And so when someone has like a situation that doesn't completely and entirely fucking suck, and they get into, that moment where it's like, okay, I want to try and get my shit back together, get off of whatever it is that I'm stuck to here. It's just a million times harder to break a bad behavior if you're in a horrible situation that doesn't facilitate changing your life, right? You need basic foundational safety in order to make big changes. And so when you just provide that by doing nothing more than what is obviously morally correct, the results for society on a very, economic and selfish and not actually thinking about the people themselves level, even on that level of consideration, turns out great for all of those interests, for all those societal and social interests and the cost of this and that and the other thing. Turns out great. Turns out beautiful. Because, you just all you had to do was treat people like they're human beings. And once you start doing that, then, people can make their own lives better without having to have you come in and force them to do so. If you just give them a platform to make their own fucking choices. Is at least one way of looking at Finland's homeless policy and why it fucking works. Traffic fines in Finland scale with income, so rich people get proportional punishment. Oh, wow. So it's like you can't just be rich and then the law doesn't apply to you. Oh, that's an interesting concept. Gee. It's like somebody thought for 7 seconds. Somebody used their brain. I think I've got it here. I think the hands and the arms are there. These last little touch-ups that I did, I probably actually shouldn't have bothered with them because there's another level of detail to be done after retopology here. But I think we've got there. Like the problems that I had with the arm that I didn't like before, I think I've solved most of them. I could, now that I'm looking at it from a top-down perspective like this, I might be able to talk myself into trying to bulge this out just a little bit from this top-down line. Because there's a bulge on every other line. And I don't want it to be too exaggerated. But I feel like we should have, from every view that we get of a Kerbal, have some indication of the fact that that forearm is bigger. Is tumorous in terms of its size. Grab this guy. Give you a little bit more of like a bony bump. Somewhere here. Maybe a little bit too much, but I definitely want something. Maybe. Yeah, I need something to indicate that there's bone structure under there. It was just looking in that particular spot. Before I did that, it was looking like he was just made of jello. I might give you some shoulder blade kind of thing here too. Nah. This would be musculature mostly. I'm using the deflate tool by holding control here. Oh, I forgot again. Hang on, I forgot again to enable our key overlay. Start that up. Now you got a key overlay. Kerbal After Dark Netflix series. Sex, love, greed, domination. So, Am I to believe then that Netflix has turned into Showtime? Is that basically what I'm finding out here? Because we haven't had Netflix in quite a while. I just been pirating anything that I'm interested in and that happened to be on Netflix. And there's just not a lot. The last thing that we did was Queen's Gambit, the chess show. And we did that well after it was actually relevant to anybody. Well after it was like a big deal, There was a time at which Queen's Gambit was bringing chess into the lives of everybody, apparently. What do you think? I want it to, I'm asking the question, I think the scale of this thing is not set. If I go out here and we do this, yeah, on the Z, it's weird and wrong. That's why the sculpt brush has a weird circle to it. So if I Control A and apply the scale, and then we go back into sculpting and see that the brush, when it's on him, is circular, whereas before it was like ovalish. I'm coming with a crease tool here. Put in some harder lines. This is interesting. Could I get a bit of a dip like that? It's going across a kind of a hard rectangular moment. Not kidding when I write that I would pay for a Kerbal model that can be used for VTubing and VR chat. I paid for that old Kerbalizer app. I don't know. There was a Kerbalizer app? That's interesting. I hadn't really thought about that as like a potential revenue thing, about being able to like make models that can be rigged up for VTubes type stuff. So that's good to know, like to be thinking about that anyway. Curses. Yeah, give me a little more power then if you're not gonna give me the lines that I want. There you go. I don't know, it's too much, I think. It's a little bit too much. I don't mind insinuating a little spinal bump here, but I don't think that we can have anything that's too indicative. Maybe one more little bumpy boy there, and then gets smoothed out. I think a little bit more. That's too much, so take me over to actual smooth so I can change the power. That out a little too. Okay, I'm gonna leave that there. I don't think it's that bad. It's just this one little line that you want to put there that's like that. And then you just don't want it to actually, like, be there. Very, very tricky to kind of put these lines in, but you don't actually want them. You just want the hint of them. Yeah, it's just too much. I go back to the point where I made it. And then I just reduce the power on this guy. Because I like the line. It's too powerful. Alright, I'm gonna call that good. Custom VTuber models and selling clothes afterwards is a sizable market. I know several VTubers paying hundreds of dollars for custom models and then clothes. Even if you can't sell a Kerbal for copyright reasons, it's a nice portfolio item. Yeah, I'll definitely have this as something in the portfolio. This is Noah called him cursed, and I don't disagree. It's just like, you never really wanted to think about Kerbal toes, or fingers, or nipples, or the actual, like, physiology of a Kerbal, and yet, look what I've done to you. Look how I made you consider it. She did in the middle. And this is our boy. So, I said at the beginning of this live stream that I felt like everything below a certain point was good, and now we have included the hands and forearms. I think are good enough. I could probably still tinker with the top of this hand. It's very long in this section. It feels like a Kerbal's hand should be shorter, but again, I'm having to work off of what we have from reference images, and, you know, where the mittens start and everything like that. There's a lot of base hand to a Kerbal hand is the thing. So it kind of just is what it is. But I'm a lot happier with this than what we had at the beginning, which means now I think I'm happy with everything from here down. From here down and from here up. And then all that really needs to be handled at this point before we move on to retopology would be the mouth and the potential for these eyelids. You know, even the top one isn't quite right at this point. But if we're going to do eyelids for this kind of a protruding eye, then you've really got to have two. You got to have the top and the bottom if you want to even insinuate the possibility that this thing could ever blink. But so lips and eyelids are what remain in terms of, you know, the high detail sculpt here. And I'm going to save again, and we're going to go to that after this live stream break. We're going to have ourselves a live stream break. Oh, and look, either a train just passed or is about to come by. What timing? I don't know. Think about the evolution of this Kerbal creature. Long gone traits like the tailbone. Yeah, we actually, when I was doing the face, I said, you know, we need to think about the vestigial ear, you know? Like I did my idea of the plating, the bone plating of the skull of a Kerbal. When I got to that ear area, I was like, we have to imagine as though at some point it had an ear, but then it just developed, I don't know, the ability to speak with its mind to each other, didn't need the ear anymore or something like that. So we have to imagine where the ear used to be. It would be annoying pressure to have custom requests, but you definitely can sell what you sculpt for fun. Maybe a Patreon tier. Hey, there you go. And I should think that I could probably get away with selling something like this Kerbal, under the idea that I'm not selling you, like, the whole thing, what about for legal reasons and whatnot? It's like it comes back to Andy Warhol and, paintings of Campbell's Soup and, remaking basically the Pegasus gasoline company's logo and selling that, or, displaying that as a piece of art, selling these things as art. If there's a statement being made in the piece of art, then even if the piece of art is basically just a copy of the original thing, then it is legally defensible from claims of copyright infringement. And my Kerbal having nipples is enough to begin the basis of like an argument that says that yes, this is a Kerbal, and you may have the license of a Kerbal, but this Kerbal is making a statement about your art. This Kerbal is a parody. This Kerbal is making statements about art itself, and so it is a protected work of art, and I am allowed to make it, and I am allowed to profit off of it. So, we live in a world where I feel like the corporations have gotten us to a place where we accept we have ideas about what we can and can't do, but if we just look at the history of what things were as little as 30 years ago, kind of a thing, I think a lot more of it is talk than is true, right? And a lot more of it is the pressure of a company that has money to sue you to the point where you can't defend yourself anymore because of their money than it is the actual law. The laws around copyrights, the laws about art and stuff like that, they have to preserve people's ability to make money off of their own art without letting someone else steal that art from them. But there's so much like liberality is what I want to say. So that's a word. There's so much around art and expression and freedom of speech to protect the ability of one artist to make a version of another artist's art that you could just about get away with anything. If you had the money to defend yourself against a big fucking company that has money to spend on lawsuits, then, if it were, in other words, if the legal system had an interest in justice as opposed to if it were just ruled by money as it actually is, then our laws do protect our rights of communication. I once asked the original KSP devs if I could use a Kerbal figure as avatar on social media for streaming and emotes, and they said yes. Well, let's take that live stream break. And meet me back here for more Kerbal nipples and toes, and we might as well do the genitalia. Twitch definitely wouldn't let me do the genitalia. But, yeah, meet me back here and we'll carry on with the Kerbal. We'll fix its face and then we'll move on to retopology, and maybe we can even get to, like, texture painting today. That would be cool. But that will all be after this 7-minute live stream break. Stick with me, don't go anywhere, pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. And we are modeling in Blender today, as you can't see until I click into Blender. And we're working on our Kerbal, which was the recommendation from last live stream. Oh, you know what I haven't done the whole time that I needed to do was toggle full screen. What's the difference? How does that end up looking? Yeah, that should have been. Sorry about that. But yeah, here's our Kerbal. He is detailed to the point where it's frightening. I don't I don't blame you. Being like, good lord, what have you done? And why would you have done it? I understand. It is disturbing. It can be disturbing. I'm hating this. I'm not loving it. It's just, I think it's like, it's something you either gotta commit to more or go away from. Thank you, unlicensed streamer. So it's either gotta, like, come up here. Gotta come all the way up, or it just needs to go away. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start from there, and I'm going to try smoothing it out, see if I can't find a place at which I'm, like, okay with it. You know, it's basically all gone. There's the slightest indication of, you can see that there used to be some bump there. I think this is kind of where it's going to have to be for me with the idea of the spine, the Kerbal spine. It's just a little bit too much bony detail popping through in a model that is otherwise, you know, there's some bony bits, kind of. Actually, this elbow needs to have some real volume to it. So I would like it to have some real volume to it, and now it does. Now I can come back in and round that out a little bit more. You know, give it some kind of actual bump. Yeah, like that. Weird place for the elbow, too, let me tell you. If you look at the musculature and ask yourself, huh? Just don't look, don't ask. It's alien physique, so you don't know, and clearly neither do I. Maybe just a little bit more, like, it's so flat on top. If I could just give it some actual dimensionality up here to round it out. So that we get more of a, you know, from the profile perspective, as well as the top down, I guess, but mainly from the profile perspective, I'd just like to see more of a bump happening here. Some dimensionality. Do I have the mouse in the right DPI mode? Seem to be sort of flying across the screen. don't want to get too bogged down in these little touches, but we're almost to that point where I'm like, this is perfect. I won't have to mess with this again. And I want to get there before we get to retopology, so that I just make sure that we're not making any significant changes once we've hit retopology. And the process of retopology is, basically creating a set of new mesh, creating a set of faces really drawn by hand to wrap around this thing, to minimize the amount of faces, the amount of topology, the amount of vertices and everything, edges and whatnot, that are in use in this model, which will also make UV unwrapping easier in applying material, and it helps the painting of the texture painting and stuff like that just sort of make more sense. But like I say, I want to get this even before we add like a multi-resolution modifier and stuff like that. I'd kind of like to be done with the 90th percentile of the modeling. So this is a big problem for me right here, right now, is the mouth. Again, it's very important that we stay true to Kerbal, to what Kerbals look like in the existing media, to me. I don't want to get too far away from it. But I do feel as though it's kind of tricky. At this point, to figure out what needs to be done for the mouth, because the mouth in a traditional Kerbal is just so cartoony, and there's very little room for bringing in realism, is how it feels anyway. I should actually get my references back open. I haven't had them open. My pure ref. Yeah, the mouths, even on like the higher detail modeling that has been done for Kerbal, for like promotional stuff on a Kerbal, the not in-game stuff. They're Muppet mouths, They're very like felt openings. Which is perfectly appropriate for what they were going for with these guys. But for what we've done with it, you need something. You need to find a place where we've blended some amount of realism into this. I'm just trying to give some additional dimensionality to some of this stuff. That's interesting. Yeah. So I mentioned last time that I've been watching through... Shoot, what is it I've been watching? Dark Matter. Again. And I think, now that I'm into it, now that I'm into Season 3, I think when I first watched Dark Matter, it had only gotten up to Season 2. So there's actually new stuff here for me. Okay, I'm sure that I'm not keeping that. I'm wrong. I think I am keeping that. That's why sometimes you gotta, like, just keep going. Like, probably not. But, like, finish it and have a look. Because maybe, you don't know. But so, yeah, there's new stuff in Dark Matter from where I left off with it. And Season 3 certainly contains the worst episode of the show that I've seen, anyway, by my estimates. Thankfully it was just one episode and it wasn't like a... I mean, I could make an argument that general quality has dipped a little bit. Yeah, I could make a pretty good argument, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, especially in there's certain... there was a certain end of a certain episode where they needed to convey... They had done all the setup and the storytelling. They needed to put in the finishing touch and make sure that if you didn't, like, realize what they had been setting up, they had to make sure that they'd shouted it to the people in the back seats, right? And you know, I wasn't necessarily thinking about it at that point in the episode, so they just needed to... They had a thing that they needed to convey in storytelling. And at this particular point in the show, they decided that it was good enough to just have, like, a flashback to the moment that they where somebody had lied to you and just show you, like, what they had an unreliable narrator. And so the last scene of this particular episode was just them doing a flashback to show you what had actually happened. But they had no setup for it at all. They had no explanation for why it is that we as the audience are now privy to this information. And in the context of the show, until this point, they had pretty much always been able to, like... They'd always done that. They'd always created some way of justifying, like, they didn't just show us shit. They'd have it like a character goes into their memories in order to recover the knowledge of the thing that... And that's how we, as the audience, get to see it, is because the character is finding it out by seeing it. And this was the first moment where I ever, like, really noticed that they just kind of said, oh, fuck it, just we don't got any more time in this episode, just show them. Just do a flashback and show them the thing that they need to see to set up the episode after this. I'm going to lunch. So there's a little bit of, 3 season in, the writers are starting to wear out a little bit, I would say. But it's been fine, season 3. It makes me think, like, does that mean that season 2 is the best season of the show? I'm not entirely through season 3 yet, but I feel like that's probably how I feel about it, if I think about it. Probably. My opinion is probably that season 1 was, just good because it sets everything up and introduces you to this universe. And I end up really liking this universe. A poor attempt at exposition. Yeah, they had to get some information across, and they just, all of a sudden, and for the first time, they decided, fuck it, just show it to them. And give us any way that we could have possibly known that. But season 1 suffers from one-note syndrome. The show had one note throughout season 1. And I hate to say it, because if you haven't really, like, considered it in that vein, then you probably wouldn't be bothered by it. But the moment that I, like, say it, then if you went to watch it for the first time or ever, you'd be like, oh yeah, God, ugh, So I might not even tell you what I mean by one-note syndrome, but they got one story note basically across the whole first season. It just keeps repeating over and over and over again. So season 2, explores the characters and does a lot of interesting things with them, and is banging on most of the cylinders most of the time. And then season 3 contains the worst episode that they ever did, and then has some, generally like weaker storytelling moments. And some ideas that just didn't get explored as much as they should have, too. I just saw one where they, by the end of the episode, one of the characters has, condemned another human being to be, trapped inside their body. They are now a mind that is detached from their body, unable to even, experience the outside world. They are a consciousness in an empty black void for the rest of their lives. One of our good guy characters has done this to another person, and the show presents it as, and that's the way that happened, and then they just move right the fuck on. And so it's really? In the past, these characters have, one of the thing that I love about the show is that these characters do so many things that are immoral, but that are also, right. They're yeah, that's what you would probably do in that situation, and it's probably what you should do in that situation, but it is also objectively, immoral. It's not good that you did that, and I love that about the show, but almost always, at the very least, they hang a hat on it. They, acknowledge that something ain't right about this, and the character is a little bit, has mixed feelings about it. In this particular instance, one of the characters just condemned another human being to a fate worse than death. And the show, I guess they made an incredibly mild effort to hang a hat on it, but it's just felt out of character for the rest of the show, the way that they did it. So I like what we're, getting toward here. I see what I could probably end up doing with this once we get to the level of a higher level of detail even than this, if we can do that on stream, because we might just not be able to. I can start carving in lip lines, little the little striations that you get in your lips from the creases and the folds and whatnot. I can probably get around to doing that with the mouth in the state that I've got it now. I've left it with a little bit of a bulge. I might even once more across the bottom here and lift it back up. That is not powerful enough. Just rounding that out a bit. Giving it more organic feel.
Bad joke. How does a Kerbal smell? They don't. They don't have a nose.
Yeah, at the very most we could say there's some kind of beak structure going on here. So yeah, this is looking okay. I guess for the sake of a mouth interior, there should be, not a lot of detail. Obviously not a lot of anything here, but I do feel like it would probably be a good idea to have some kind of to indicate. That was where I was going with that, would be to just indicate where there's an edge of where the lip meets the rest of everything. Yeah, maybe that's what I do. I just do a little bit of that. Where am I? Okay, now we're in the mouth. Oh, I obviously, yeah. Got it going on that side of things. But yeah, mouth interior, we don't need to do anything really with it. I would just like to indicate that there is an edge where the lip ends and the mouth begins, kind of a thing. Yeah, but not like that. Not like this. Not like this. If this is where the teeth are, then this is where the lips should end. Yeah, okay. And then just smooth that out a little bit. Hmm. Hmm. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's the inside of the goddamn mouth. Yeah, that certainly makes things a little bit weird, but it definitely makes them more organic and believable. I feel like the bottom row of teeth needs to line up a little bit more here. I know we've got a bit of a underbite happening, but I'm gonna head out to here, grab the bottom, and see if I can't pull that out from, I feel like actually there, all of that. How does that look? That's a nice looking curve. Wow, that's a lot of teeth back there that aren't being used for anything. Yeah, okay. Maybe. Having those line up is good, and then there's a little bit of a underbite up front, but then they both kind of find the same position in the back, which is, I don't know. Then it's fine. It's fine. Let's save that, and then give me another incremental save to work in. And so are we going to say that that's enough right now for the mouth? Just let me figure something out over here. And then that'll be enough for the mouth. The other thing that I'm thinking of starting back up watching, since I'm coming to the end of Dark Matter now, is I think I'm going to watch Travelers again from the beginning. Somehow that came up in conversation with Lady Pawn just the other day. She said something that reminded me of, like, there's like a set from that show, which just reminded me that show existed, and so now I'm gonna try and watch Travelers again, probably, as my time waster. But that's a crazy ass show, right? Just the fact that exists at all blows my mind. Because if you don't know the plot line of Travelers, where do I want these lines even? It's just this mouth is so weird. These are the most cartoony aspects of the thing, and so to try and make it organic is really a challenge. The plot of Travelers is that in the future, humanity has effed everything up. I mean, so it's a very realistic show. So they travel back in the past to try and fix the past so that humanity will end up with a better future. And the way that they do that is that they can only travel through consciousness. So they can't travel with their own, bodies. So what they do is they travel back into the past into other people's bodies. And in order to do that in a way that is ethical, instead of just taking over another human being's body that, they were using that body and now their mind has been overwritten by your mind, what they do is they use people who they know from historical records died, and they jump back in time into a moment that is just a little bit before that person died. So they have to find somebody who died in a way that they can prevent, and then they travel back in time into that person's body, and then they use their knowledge of how that person died in order to keep them from dying, and that's how they travel through time. And the reason why this is just a crazy idea, it's not that the idea is crazy, but it's crazy that the show ever got made, is that they use, in the course of the show, they use September 11th, the attacks, as a way that they traveled back in time. Some of the people on the show got there by, taking over the bodies of people who were supposed to die in the 9/11 attack. And it's like, this was on network television? They allowed this? Like, it's crazy to think that they tempted the kind of anger that they could have gotten, backlash that they could have gotten for invoking that as a storyline in their, fun, in their little sci-fi thing, to, just be that close to disrespecting or, trampling on the graves of people who died in a terror attack. But it's in there. It's in the show. Travelers and 4400 are the only shows I've watched 3 times. I really can recommend Pantheon when you're done with Travelers, as both Pantheon Season 2 and Travelers are Netflix exclusive. Oh, really? Abraham Lincoln, just don't go see that shitty play. Yeah, and then you get to take him over and have a lot of influence on the past. You can actually do reconstruction rights and other stuff. Time travelers can only be sent to a moment later than the last time traveler or message sent. Great writing to solve problems. Yeah, they had a lot of fun stuff around time travel. And I really did, I really enjoyed the show. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff going on. A lot of actors that don't necessarily get the spotlight or the credit for being as good as they are at what they do are in that show. So really good show that also, is just like kind of this anomaly of how did they ever like sell that to somebody, I mean, it's a clever idea that you have and you're like, oh God, that would be such a good idea, but we could never do that because, we could really, people's family members fucking died. It was just, wasn't that long ago, you know, the whole fucking country turned on a heel on that event. So we can't just, for the sake of our little sci-fi thing, have some of our characters be from fucking September 11th attacks. And it's like, no, we can. And we did. Fucking deal with it. I can't quite get what I want for this line. It's very pinchy and stuff like that. I think I'm going to, every time that I zoom away, I'm like, nope, just nope. I'm like, I'm gonna walk away from it. We'll solve it later. And then I zoom out and I look at it from that angle and I'm like, I can't walk away from it. It sucks. I can't. In Travelers, domestic abuse, disabilities, and addiction are handled so well. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff going on there with some of the main characters. To the point where, like, I don't think I liked what they did with the addiction stuff because it was done so well. Like, I didn't like it because it was, like, uncomfortably accurate, you know? So it's like, I don't like this. It's correct. Stop it. Stop being correct. Usually we get a much cleaner, pussified version of the realities that people go through. Could you please give me some more of those? Okay, I'm saving there because the last thing that I would want to mess with here is these eyelids, and then we're on to retopology. So probably I'm grabbing the inflate tool again. To try and get this started and see if we can. There's a problem with this. And it's that adding in these eyelids creates an eye shape that then creates character. It gives the character a certain look by giving the character eye shape. And, you know, like, eye shape is how you give a character an expression and, you know, either tell who the character is or tell how they feel or something like that. And the problem with these lids when we've tried to add them previously is that you put them in here and then the character now has like a permanent expression they have that conveys a certain thing. Like right there, it looked like here it's like a bit of a stoner, are we? You know, something like that. And then you zoom out and you look at him like this. And now he looks angry. And, you know, so it's like, this is the difficulty that comes up when we try and start adding in the eyelids. Go ahead and increase the power here quite a bit and keep trying to pull up the eyelid. What is this? Okay, a single pixel went to a weird place for some reason. And pull you up to here. Now, before I started this, I should have made a new, distinct, and unique save. We can revert, because I saved before we got started here, but I should have made a specific save just to back myself up. The zoomed in, it no longer looks like an eye. Maybe you can reuse the eye for the female Kerbal model. Oh, jeez. We're going to do a female Kerbal model? Give dem titties? Can add bone structure and move it in editing to change expression. I mean, that would be... Yeah, doing the, rigging it with bones and stuff like that. I do expect to do that. And the fact that it's got a mouth means that we would need to do some facial bone rigging. But I don't know. I don't have the experience doing modifications to, like, rigify structures to know how to really break in. To, like, removing just the bones that I need to without affecting the other bones, or just adding ones that I need in, Facial bones for being able to rig and pose a model. There's an interconnectivity, and if you're going to remove one, then you need to something in the other. See how he's just turned into a evil villain? Just by giving him any form of an eyelid there. I also considered, like, carving the eye out of the head entirely. And, just leaving a hole in the head and then having eyes separate from the sculpt. But when I think of that, it just seems like it would be so not really doable. Unless you had, like, veins or something to the eyeball, I think only the pupil needs to be separate. Yeah, because the pupil, like, travels across the surface of the eye, but the eye doesn't really move on a Kerbal. It's a weird, it's not even a sphere. It's a ovoid, compressed sphere kind of thing, so it can't really turn. And I did come up with an idea for how we might be able to do the pupils so that they are, like, posable in a way that doesn't suck. And my idea is, imagine you put, like, a cone that starts back here, and you've got the center of mass for the cone is at the tip that's inside the head. And then you can rotate that tip in a way that it will follow along the surface of the eye, maybe with a shrink wrap modifier on it that will pull what you can see, flat against it. But that way it rotates kind of on the surface of the eye. It'll never be perfect because the eye is not perfectly round, but it would be, closer. Closer. Make a Borg Kerbal, hey. Yeah, no. Let's pull you up like that. Another part of this that makes it... the eye is kind of hard to make work here is just the fact that, like, I expect, if you're going to see eyelids, I expect to see, like the little edges of the little muscles popping through on the either sides of the eye, but this is one of those weird, like, I really should, I said this last time, I should be looking at, like, references from from like geckos and frogs and stuff like that that have protruding eyeballs like this, to see what a real world physiology of this stuff looks like. But I'm going to try bringing this eyelid in a little bit further and see if that helps, because right now the bottom eyelid has a lot more real estate than the top does on this eye. I can pull that up a little bit, smooth it out, pull it up, smooth it out, and we'll figure out the top lines there in a second. Grab the crease. Try sharpening this up. No, not the draw tool. It's weird how infrequently I reach for the draw tool, actually. I probably should be reaching for it more. Just the regular draw brush, but I tend to use inflate and crease and smooth. And let's just puff up like all of that. Okay. And here and smooth it out. You need to. I can bring whatever lines in I feel like need to be there. And as I feel they need to be there. Oh no, I should be on the smooth tool for real. Yeah, see, it's just... it's also sort of the way that the light is bouncing could be contributing to the him looking evil kind of a thing. Let's keep working on it. I don't want to give up on it. Very tricky touchy. Pull that up a bit. Throw some color on them, see if the texture changes things. We're actually quite a ways away from, like, material work. I was planning on doing the retopology first. Maybe. Yeah, these need to join together in a way that they're refusing to. Give me more power then. On the outside, maybe I can raise it to the place that I'm wanting it to be. A couple of cuts on the inside there. Nope. That's a good sign that my brain is kind of getting fried by this process. I start just pressing the wrong button over and over and over again. You know, it's like important. I'm intentionally not drawing on the same line twice there. Like, I am, but I'm two different lines. It's not an accident. It's not bad mouse control. I want two different lines there so that there's a bit of a crease. You know, you're having things creasing into the other, you know, multiple folds in order to create
In 3,
crease.
2. Why am I doing this? It's a plane takeoff. There's no countdown necessary.
You know, little the bumps and the imperfections and whatnot, but it is an eyelid, so it is just skin that's supposed to be stretching over a more or less perfectal. Perfect spherical jellicle cat. How close I can get this line to looking smooth and straight. I don't necessarily mean straight, but I do mean smooth. As though it is being cleanly pulled over the surface of the eye. That's not bad. If we can just tighten up some of the creasing. It's not awful. Yeah, okay. If this is going to be what we do, if we're going to have him have eyelids, then these are his eyelids. I like the outer, how this is coming together at the sides more than I like this side. But, you know, fuck me, right? See if I can't raise this up. Just do a little pulling in here to see if we can't smooth that out a touch. We're smoothing stuff out a touch. How about the eyeball itself? Alright, I think that's it. Whether he looks like he's got resting permanent bitch face or not, that's what I'm going with. Because the whole premise of this experiment was to make a, you know, almost horrifically over-detailed, biologically sound version of a Kerbal. You know what? Actually, it's like, raise this out. And then come back with you. Pull it like that. Yeah. Yep. Smooth that out, take some of the edges off. And just remember what I said before, that's the problem with giving him these eyelids, is that it creates eye shape, and eye shape is what communicates intent and stuff like that, and so, you know, it matters what angle you look at him, and he's just got a different attitude right now. But Mason could be right that adding in color and texture will help with that. But I'm gonna save incremental here, actually. Oof, I don't like it when I see that it takes that long to do an incremental save. And I'll save again, so that we're working in a new incremental, but I think this might be our finished, you know, first sculpt here. First sculpt. Before we get to, like, the super fine details. So this is obviously the detailed sculpt, but there is still, like, super fine detailed sculpt layer after we do retopology. So the process at this point, if you were making this for, like, game design, is we retopologize it by creating a low face count mesh that wraps around this guy. Shrink wrap sucks onto him. And then we apply a multi-resolution modifier that allows us to have multiple different layers of resolution for subdivisions. So that we start out with a very, very ugly polygonal, silhouette that wraps around this guy, and then every time that it gets subdivided, it sucks to the form closer and closer and closer. And then using that, you go up to the really high number of faces that we'll have here, which for a character like this, like 5 million faces might be about where it ends in terms of how much detail we need. And at that level, I would then carve into this some, maybe skin texture and stuff like that. We might paint into the some organic cellular kind of structures onto the Kerbal and stuff like that. And then, once that's done, we can bake all of that detail down onto the lower poly meshes, so that we can have various versions of the same character that work in different scenarios. You need a really high fidelity close-up, then you can crank up the subdivisions so that you get all of this detail. But if you're back here, then maybe you only need 20,000 faces or something like that. But I think this is our guy. And thank you again, Unlicensed Streamer. Yeah, I think this is it. At least this is good enough for us to start doing retopo on. So fucking retopology. Over to the layout. Where do I even start with retopology here? Start where it's easy, or I could start where it's hard. Hard is in the fingers, in the hands. Hard is in the face. We could try starting with the face.
We are many, you are but one.
La Veca Loca TTV, thank you for the follow. I guess I can try starting with this. I don't even actually know how I'm supposed to start. I see you are doing a thing. I am doing a thing. Yeah. This is a Kerbal. These characters from Kerbal Space Program that look like, when we had it up here. Yeah, this guy. They don't usually have legs like this. This is something I did quite a while ago. But this is what they look like. Kerbals in Kerbal Space Program. And I'm doing a crazy high polygon organic sculpt of a character that's only ever been really presented as a cartoony kind of a thing. So, our model's got cakes, and elbows, and defined musculature, and nipples, and a belly button, and horrific toes, and... You have the game? Alright. Yeah, did you ever think you'd get to see a Kerbal nipple? Because you didn't know you wanted to until today, but now I need to grab an ice pack that apparently I forgot to do during the live stream break, so I'm stepping away for 20 seconds. Hold on. Coming back. Just had to run to the freezer. Now get my stuff back in position. Yeah, I don't even really know where to start on retopology here. I've only done this process once before. But we're gonna give it a go. And the way that I think I should go ahead and start is I'm going to start on the face, I'm going to start at the eyes, and I think I'm going to start with just a plane. And then rotate it actually on the X by 90. There you go, perfect. Bring this down. And this will be like basically the first face in our retopology that we're going to do. Actually, should I mirror this? And, like, you can mirror it at any point. You can actually just mirror it right now if I cue mirror and then have that mirror on the object, then we'll have it on either side. Yeah. And then this is going to be smaller, but I don't want it to be too small. So what we're going to do is we're going to use two things. We're going to use face projection, and it's either face project or face nearest. We'll see which works, and that should allow me to, like, grab this thing, and anywhere that I put it on the face, it'll just kind of snap to the face. But in addition to that, we're going to be using the shrink wrap modifier, which does the same thing, but to all this. Have I done all this during the stream? No. We started this on our Thursday live stream, and got to, in fact, I've got the render that we did back then. So we started, by the end of Thursday's stream, we were here. So we had, like, general shape, you know, some detailing, but we were at a point where, like, at this point I was planning to just put boots on the Kerbal, so I wasn't even going to do feet, and I also left him with, like, the mittens for, you know, I was working from reference, and I was planning to just go straight to the spacesuit. So this was our first live stream on Thursday. We got to this point. Then yesterday, I went to this point on my own with the modeling. So got him to the point where he's got feet and hands and a belly button and some nipples. And today, we've been here for 3 hours and 20 minutes. And from this point, I've added in the, you know, this extra level of detail. I've cleaned up some of the tricky stuff around, like, what I figured out what I wanted to do with these forearms and the hands, and some of this face stuff. So now we're moving into retopology. If I can, anyway. And I think from the very start I'm going to switch my shrink wrap method over to project, and then turn on both negative and positive for it. And we're going to offset it by maybe 1/4 of an inch? No? Am I going to have to... Oh, well, I have to define what object it's targeting. It's this is the object. And then it should be not on the surface, but above the surface. There we go. And now when I do, like, 1/4 of an inch above, if I focus on this thing, you'll see that it's floating just above the surface of the guy there. I think probably I'll be better off if I make it like 2 inches, or maybe even like 5 inches or something like that. This is telling me, actually, if I'm at 5 inches there, what the frig is the scale of our Kerbal right now? What is the size of him? I mean, it's saying the dimensions are... they seem not massive. So I'm confused why, oh, it'll be this one. It'll be this. That's why... yeah. This is the one that needs its scale applied. So if we apply the scale, now 1 inch is a crazy amount, like it should be. What? Get off my screen. Yeah, now just 1/4 of an inch away from the surface is actually, you know, something that's like 1/4 of an inch away from the surface. Maybe just 0.2 inches. 1/5 of an inch away from the surface right there. And even that might be a little bit too much. And I want to actually see the results. Yeah, I want to be working with the results here. Don't want that. Okay. So okay. So what I'm using right now is we've got the shrink wrap modifier that is pulling any face that I make down to the mesh below it, but we're also using snapping with the face project. Maybe face nearest is what we want. I'm going to stick with face project for now, and then if we run into issues, then remind me to try switching to the other one. We want to go around the eye. Then I should probably just move in closer to start with. Get, like, right up against this eye. You know what? No, don't worry about it. You'll do it. You'll make it work. I was gonna, like, start from... What? Stop! Oh my god. I was gonna start from, like, a dome. Like, make a little dome there that's out of, you know, a UV sphere or something like that. Cut it in half, use that as the shrink wrap to start from. We'll make it work. We can grid over the top of it. Grid fill over the top of it will probably work. But so, right up against the surface of the eye is where I'm going to start, and then we're just going to extract and go around it. And see how much detail we think we're going to need. I meant to rotate there, but all of these... all of the buttons that do all of the things are all in the same place, as I frequently complain about in Blender. So I'm starting with my first, like, loop here, and I have a big problem with actually doing too much topology. On my last one, I definitely did too much topology in the retopology, so maybe I should go out of my way to try and not... let's try and make these cuts bigger. Are sculpted meshes unusable for anything other than rendering? There's actually a lot you can get away with sculpted meshes. And you know what? I should also preface this by saying I'm no expert. I'm just learning over here. But there's a lot you can get away with sculpted meshes. One of the things, instead of doing the retopology that I'm doing right now, that we could do instead, is just take our sculpted mesh and go in and remesh it in the sculpt mode to have a lot fewer faces, and see how much detail we're willing to lose to that process. And then, you know, you could do a different process and use texture painting in order to put the details onto your surface and everything like that. But yeah, I'm very much still learning, so I don't know what's good and what's bad necessarily. I don't want to talk like I know when I don't. I just got my vague ideas from what I have done so far. I'm just completing this GameDev.tv course that a live course that we just finished taking. Or that we're finishing with this project. They said, do whatever you want for the last project, and I decided to come to the live stream and see what sorts of ideas we had and work off of that. And so I'm calling this, you know, part of my, this will be my last project, is making this guy. And getting this topology started is, you know, it may seem like, oh my god, this is going to take forever. And you're right. No, it won't be this bad. It's not going to be this bad. You know what? I should keep this nice and close for this particular spot. It's just getting it started is a bit of a effort. You know, and making your initial choices. Once you get like some outlines set, some of those first choices are made for you. Things will start to come together quick. My last retopology that I did, though, on that orc that I showed you guys, that was 5,000 faces that I put in by hand. But, you know, you're using all these tools and methods and things that make it easier. So if that's our first, like, loop around the eye, how many vertices is that? It's 15. It's just generally a better idea to have an even count, and particularly to have a count that is like that's divisible by 4. So we're gonna find the place where we want to stick one in. And it seems to me like probably at the bottom of the eye, I could pull you in, and then pull you back a little bit. And then we'll just throw in a loop cut here. And now we've got 16 vertices around there, which means, okay, we're probably not going to do this, but I could theoretically, why aren't you here? I guess I thought it saved across I could theoretically go to face, and then grid fill, which I thought was part of my quick favorites. Now it is again. And then you just find, like, the orientation that you like, and so at 5 would be the most there. Ooh, that's probably the best way to do it, actually. Yeah, and then if I grab you, you'll want one right dead down the middle. Yeah, this might just not be a great way to do it. At this point, I just shouldn't be doing that. So let's just not. Instead, let's come down here and make a loop around the mouth. And have it be right in there in the mouth. Oh yeah, and then we will use clipping on this mirror when we get around to it. And just remember, Pawn, to try and, not overdo it with the topology. Like, you're making this so that it can be subdivided. So you don't need to be the one creating all the damn topology here. Like this is a little bit too far, probably. The interior of the lip, apparently. Is it following nicely? Yeah, it's following fine. Yeah, no, this is gonna have to be like that. That's the thing, is you just gotta let the model make the decisions. Like, it's gonna tell you what it needs and where it needs to have more topology, and arg, undo that. Get another angle on this. That's what I'm looking at, like, how does this, It's this one, you're the problem. I feel like it's because we're too far off. Yeah, let's bring this down to just 0.1. On the face, anyway, it needs to be, like, pretty tight. Laying this stuff out. And I'm asking myself, am I having issues because I'm using face project? Should I be using face nearest? I think face project is working good for. Let's try. Switch over to face nearest. See if this finds the face that I'm looking for better. The one that I want it to snap to. Boy, you're just giving me all kinds of problems. Trying to make this little turn. This little nothing turn. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to project. And this is a part of design that most people say they hate. Because it's the most tedious. How am I doing in terms of like there, and there? Okay. I found, I haven't done it but the once, but I found that I didn't mind it that much. You, so it's you. Hakusho. So like there. Okay. This character has no ears, which makes that sort of thing easier, and then it's kind of like, how do we make a cylinder from here? Because that's all that really needs to happen is a cylinder. I guess I should return to the eyes and see if I'm gonna do this manually. And the thing is, if I do... No. If I don't do that, if I do, that... We're gonna want more going down the middle. I think what I'll do is I'll bring you in. This. Yeah, this should be fine, and just keep an eye on, like, how many faces I think I'll actually need. To you. Why are you making the nice curves more flat? This is the process of retopology, where we take a model that at time of present is currently 960,000 faces, and we're going to get it down to like 3,000 faces or something like that. And it's going to help with UVing. It's going to make it so that it's like importable into a game. It's going to help with texture painting and stuff like that. So that's why we are and where we are and what we are right now. So from here, so actually, how do I want to do this? Yeah, I feel like this is where it's going to be. That's where our pole is going to be, is right there. Probably. And so you're going to be like that, you're going to be like that, and then you two link up like so. Damn it. Pressed E instead of F. And so what happens is we actually end up with, like, we will end up with the same level of detail, but it will be on a model that is so many fewer faces. And it's kind of mind-blowing when you get there. Wait a second, so how many have we got here? 7. That's a great number. That sucks. I guess what I could just do to make it easy on myself is that. And then I can spread these out a little. I clicked on this, you damn thing. You damn thing. And so, now that there's 8 vertices, right? This should work out to be where I can make quads. But how does this make quads? In a good way, you know. What's the best way to do this? I guess maybe here to here? Because I want to know how, like, what's going to be best for the topology, you know? And just the way, like, it's not good for the loop cut, necessarily, that being like that. But for the topology, yeah, I think that's actually pretty good for the loop cut also. And see, this is where, you know, it looks like it's going to take forever. Damn it, I pressed E and again, it looks like it's going to take forever, but now I can just do that and it fills itself in. And now that I know how I'm going to do this on the other side, you know, it starts to come together, is what I want to say. You make your choices, and then once they've been made, things start to flow. So it's like that, and then I think we have to add one of these, what we did on the other side, which allows me to get a cleaner move around there, and then from here to here, and from here to here, and then I can just fill that in, and then like that. And there's our eye. Our eyeball has been covered. And yeah, I got our pole right here. Maybe that's a good place for our pole, maybe it isn't. We'll see. Let's take this out. And I think I'm just going to do it like this. Yeah, actually, this has got to follow that line, doesn't it? Does it, though? It doesn't. You'll be fine. Just keep this one a little bit wide. I'm going to do one more that just follows the, you know, exterior circle here. Is that right? I haven't, like, lost count or broken off. No, you're good. One more loop that just follows around like this. So I'm just extruding the vertex here. You see me hitting E while we're in vertex grab mode. I'm just extruding single vertex around the entire exterior so we get to there, and then should be able to just keep hitting F, and it'll fill that, and get to here, and then we got ourselves a nice little round like there. So do you make a rough mesh, then do a subsurf to increase the geometry? Yeah, yep, that's basically it. What we will use instead of just a regular subsurf, though, is called the multi-res modifier. And that'll allow us to create multiple states of subdivision that we can flip between, that will all, like, hold on to the same texture, you know, the same material and everything like that, and just allows you to sort of switch with a click of a button from super high detailed mode down to, you know, the character's that far away, so we can have, the lowest amount of faces to, all right, it's a mid-level thing, so let's have it have low but some faces, some subdivisions, that kind of thing. Let's get the mouth going a little bit too. So I'm gonna again draw you out, and these can be big. Damn it, Pawn, if you can convince yourself to do it the way that other people do it, these can be big. I'm just gonna bring you around. Shoot, you go there, and you go there. I'm gonna move this one to a more correct place. And, you know, good topology is difficult. It's difficult to do good topology. I'm trying to do good topology. I'm trying to, like, make it so that you'll be able to put in loop cuts around the places that might need it most in an easy way. We want to keep our quads. See, that didn't do right. What happened? Yes. Really? Okay, so somewhere in here I expected to have another one. Like, you go to there, do you? So I do expect that to... Nope, you to do this. But then I expect you to go there. Yep, that's what I had intended. Just clean that up a little bit. And then we'll eventually just have to figure out how we're going to join all this stuff together. You will just have to make your choices. So I was trying to pay attention to how these lined up so that we could do, you know, this and this and this and this. And then it seems like we're going to need more material here. And so probably going to need a pole in here. And that makes me feel like what I actually want to do is like subdivide here, get myself another guy, but in order to keep 4 times symmetry, 4 times symmetry, wow, Kerbal, huh? Getting stuck in your head. In order to keep a quad, keep my meshes as quads, how am I going to do that? I kind of want I want the pole to be here, and so what I'm seeing, if this is possible, just grab the knife tool, be like that, and then this is now a triangle instead of a quad. We want it to have 4 vertexes to everything. But so then we just subdivide this, and now that is a quad. And then this is going to be... Actually, our pole is here, isn't it? Well, that's good enough for me. But that's sort of the art part of making good topology, which I don't know how to. No, sir. No, sir. You to there. That's what I was looking for. You to there. Is picking where your poles are going to be, where you're going to have stuff happen like this, where we've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things coming together all on this one vertice, where usually it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, in order to join, pieces of mesh and take them in directions and stuff. And in a way that's going to control so that your loop cuts, if I wanted to do a loop cut, if you hit Control R to go into loop cut mode, this one will go straight up top there. this one wraps around weirdly through the eye like that, you know? And you might prefer your loop cut to follow like straight up and go along the eye and wrap around or something like that. And so that's the kind of stuff that you can care about and try and make work. I ain't gonna tell you that it's easy. So we got ourselves a face going here. Is greater or less than 4 edges at a vertex okay? Yeah, you're gonna have to, like, merge them. You're gonna have to choose those. That's where your poles go, and you're gonna have to have some of them in order to make stuff work. It's just, you want to control, you want to think about where they're going, you want to control where they're going, because weird stuff happens in terms of shading where those poles come together. I don't really have the experience yet to know what's best. I'm just going off of what little experience I do have. And seeing what we can make. And look at how this happens to work out, right? This links to that, and that links to that, and that's all looking good there. So now I can just come back and do FFFFF and FFFFF, and look at how much of the face we've just covered. Getting this started is a lot more troublesome. A lot more of a nuisance than keeping it going is. So this also seems like a place where we're probably going to have a pole somewhere in here, and this might be like the worst place to have a pole, honestly. But I don't know. I don't know, and so I think I'm going to do like this to indicate what I want to do there. And then we bring that down to there, and that should be fine, but then you'll probably have one that comes out like this. Yeah. So you see how I'm planning to, like, go, nope, I need to go this way. And then climb up the face. In fact, if I just do that, does that join well enough? Yeah. But then down here, we're gonna follow along the bottom lip. Did I leave, you say I had an extra vertex, or did I leave like an extra, am I gonna have to, do a merge? Do like this, and then like that. I'll grab you all, merge by distance. Okay, I didn't leave one. Up by the nose. Oh, hello. Good eye. How did you get in there? Rid of that vertice. Make sure that this is all still quad based. Yeah, it's all quad stuff. Okay. Thank you for pointing that one out. And so, you know, an easy way to do this is just make it into a triangle, then reach in here and click subdivide, and now it's a quad. It's, I mean, from here, it's like it's a cylinder, you know, at some point. It's just, it almost feels silly that there's this much going into, doing a cylinder. Dude's head is just a cylinder. So, but I'm trying to keep, you know, the right amount of, like, right here, I feel like this is too much space to not have topology in there. So this is okay, but if I did that, it wouldn't be okay to me anymore. So what am I gonna do about that? And what I did last time was I just subdivided here. And now this has 5. and we don't want it to have 5. And so I have to pick, like, which one I'm going to turn into a triangle. That turns that into a triangle instead. And then if I subdivide here, now we've got another quad. And I might just get rid of that, because this seems like a pretty... seems fine to do something like that. Yeah. Oops. So this feels like better topology. Or at least, you know, an amount of topology that seems correct. And from here, I guess I can just grab and go around the eye. So, you know, that's getting a little bit far of a stretch for my tastes. But then, again, my tastes are wrong. My tastes always end up with too much topology for something that's going to end up being subdivided. So I should be okay with that, especially in this flat area where there's not a lot of detail. Yeah, we can spread that out more and more and more. Something like this. What? What did I do? I didn't mean to do any of that. Blender, you frequently just press a button and you're like, what? Who did that? Yeah, actually, is this supposed to be then like that? And then how does all that link up? I don't know, but I should be able to just do this. No. What happened? I did expect that to go there. I think I meant for this to be more like that. So maybe I'll just make that into one guy. And then spread this out a little bit more. And then see where we've got another pole that occurs right here. Which is fine. I don't care. Ain't nothing to me. No skin off my nose. How's this gonna work out? Clearly you're gonna go up. So don't even bother with that. But like, how much of this can I just pull? If I pull all you guys up, that's good. I pull you up, that's gonna be good. I pull you up. Okay. I'll just futz a little bit. I'm just going to look at this for a second, because I'm actually looking at this and I'm saying, what if I got rid of you, and instead it was like that? That's a pretty big, like, you know, you could always loop cut all the way through the eyeball there, down to the mouth in order to create a little bit more. But I mean, if I just spread this out, if we don't need the topology. Those boobs seem pretty low. They're down here, Kenneth. Welcome, good morning. Yeah, I kind of like that connection in the middle there. And the hair is just going to end up being like normal textured stuff, so we don't really have to worry about this hairline. I'm kind of like moving around the hairline for reasons that I can't explain. It's not like we're going to need it. Let's try going down the chin a bit. Should we go down the chin a bit? Can I wall this off in a way that turns it into an easy cylinder? We just don't need that much goddamn topology, Vaughn. You need to stop yourself. When you start to see that the model underneath is popping through like that, that's how you know you need more topology. It's a Kerbal. I don't think they address boob height in the game, unless I missed it. Yeah, I don't exactly know where we're going from here. Try and, like, get up to the line. And that hair is popping through. It won't be an issue when we actually bake this stuff down. It's not going to be a problem. That's actually, this is an interesting, thing that we could do. I don't know that it's a good idea, but it's an idea. I could, make another pole right there in order to reduce the amount of topology and just make this a lot flatter here at the top right before we start doing that curve that goes upward. Arg. I keep doing that. F and E are just really right next to each other on the keyboard. I don't know if you've noticed or not. And then if I did like this, and then look at that. There's another quad. You see how that just like frames all this into something that could maybe end up just being more of a cylinder now that we don't have a lot of definition that needs to take place. We're out of the face range. I don't know that it's a good idea, but it is the idea that I'm working from. Looks very Iron Man at this stage, doesn't it? And then maybe I'm just gonna go all the way around the head. And just wait until I start to see it popping through. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about that's popping through. Or that's popping through, apparently. Yeah, I'm just gonna follow the standard that I've set for myself here. In terms of how big any of these quads should be. When I get into the back like that. And you know what? Let's save and save incremental. Seems like every Blender streamer is making furry girls or some such stuff. Glad this is not that. So that's what I need to do to get popular. Furry girls? Alright. Alright. So, fox, tail, cat, witch. Get some ears on the thing. Clitoris. And, we're... Now I know what I need to do. We know what we must do. I can't just do this, I can just do that. If I go on the Z, if I pull up, to about there maybe. Boy, hang on. Used to. Not so much. So up front it's fine, but in the back, no. That's what I'm looking for. Trials in Tainted Space could always use more art. What? Giant boobs is like the first thing you need to worry in that case. Okay, so let's just go back into the sculpt, grab, pull. We'll give I love that. I love the idea. We'll before we're done here, we'll give this Kerbal big old D cups and a foxtail and cat ears, and suddenly I've got all the audience. Maybe he's an old Kerbal, so he has sagging man boobs. Trust me, I know it happens. I really liked modeling like old musculature. I had a good time like doing like the sagging triceps and the boobs that are like they're sagging, but they sag in that way that they sag kind of off to the side. It's just it's very satisfying. It's like because 3D doesn't necessarily, you know, it's hard to make things look realistic, and when you do stuff like that, it just instantly looks realistic. I'm going to smooth vertices a little bit. Also, what? Why aren't you guys together? Clipping is on. Now that I've pushed them together once, now they have merged with the mirror modifier. Oh, same thing back here. See, they're separate. Push them together once. Click it, and now they won't separate again. How many? We got 14 vertices. It's an even number. It's not really divisible by 4. If I increase this to 16 or reduce it to 12, then it will grid fill really nicely for us. So I'm gonna try and do that, is the thing. And I'm gonna aim for reducing it to 12. I don't know, will 14 grid fill nicely? Like, what would 14 do to make that work? I guess I could just find out by using Q and grid fill and see if it can. Looks like it can't. It also might not be able to because it's using the mirror modifier to do it. It'll be real easy if I make it divisible by 4. Anyway. But yeah, I guess I just do another loop, and then I'm gonna have to fix it in whatever angle I wasn't looking at. No, where's the end of it then? Is it? Why can I not grab you? I'll just undo it. Couldn't find him. And instead maybe I'll do as much as I can look at. To about here. I should push it right to the limit. And I did say that I wanted to reduce the count. So if I were to like... bring you around. Bring you around. Bring you around. Seems like that's a little bit too much. I could try it with the vertex smooth stuff. Like, this is what needs to... You come out like that, and then let's say I got rid of you, And now we're down to 12. Now it's just, can I make this work? Just all of you, actually, now that I'm out here. And just spread this out evenly across the rest of it. That seems plausible-ish. And then maybe this needs a loop cut across it kind of a thing, but we'd come out here. And I guess what I'd do is knife cut to like there. Then across you, all the way to the back. And now we've got this triangle in here. What's the... shoot. I've forgotten a command here. Split. Or separate. It's split. Right? So Y. Splits that? No, it's not that. How do I... split this vertex into two vertices? I want to separate it off from the thing. I've forgotten what the command is called. I've forgotten what the key would be as well. Yeah. There's a command in order to split this into two, to break it into two things. That would make this very convenient. I need to know what it is, too. Let's look it up together. Thor. So, Blender. Command to split a vertex in two. Alt-V, rip and fill. Is that it? Let's see if that's it. Oh, you guys can't see it in this mode. Let's see if it's Alt-V. So, Alt-V. Yep, that's what I was looking for. So Alt-V has split this into these two, and then if I just dissolve that, now that's a quad. Alt-V is what I was looking for. Looks like a bit like the British Parliament candidate Lord Binface. Really? Yeah. Yeah. I know that guy. He slept with my sister. What? No. From here to here, I said. Stop it. It's grabbing through the goddamn model. There we go. You guys, and then if I smooth vertices, how does that look? Smooth them again. And you guys need to connect. I mean, I'm kind of thinking like... I want all you, I want all you, I want all you. And then I want you back to here. And with these I want to try smooth vertices. Okay, smooth vertices manages to pull the mirror mirror clipping apart somehow. But it did smooth everything else. So I think I'm okay with this, and then I'll just... What the hell is that? I must be grabbing more than I want here for that to have happened. Yeah, I don't know what that was, but I undid until it was gone. Come over here. That's not what I meant to do. Raise you up. Back the loop. And now I'm going to do a little bit of more pulling here. Forgot he changed his name to Binface. I can't remember you mentioning a sister before. I assumed you had no siblings. I actually do have a sister. I wasn't being serious in any sense, but I actually do have a sister, but she's a half-sister. Yeah. So, it's... The reality of that is that we didn't grow up together. She grew up with me, but I didn't grow up with her, kind of a thing. So, and even in growing up, she was, I was around to help out when she was a kid. But we didn't have exactly that experience, that family experience of growing up together, same household kind of a thing, so... So now I do have 12 vertices across there. Okay. Now because it's mirrored, this doesn't work? Is that the idea? Grid fill won't do it? Yeah, because it's mirrored. But it's going to come together very nicely. I'm going to do extrude, and then I'm going to try just in like that. And then if we scale on the X, make it a little bit more even. There's a couple of these that need to be adjusted. Might as well look perfectly top down on this. I rarely use the isometric views in Blender, which is probably a bad thing. I use them in the many situations when you really have to use them. But I frequently just don't bother reaching to the numpad to snap into one of these views. So, from here, how is this stuff going to get joined up? Well, I feel like you still need... Do I, though? Like, how much closer do we have to get here? I think you're going to need one more. One more before we seal it up. Yeah, let me try pulling these in a little bit so we can spread these out a little bit more. Make more use of the topology that we've got. That's not bad, I guess. And then are we close enough here? I think we're close enough. I think we gotta be close enough. So I'm going to do like that, and that'll connect to those. Let me just do it because it's a little bit hard to read. Do the same on the other side. Maybe like this. It's the top of the head, so it shouldn't be like a big issue how it ends up looking. And so then if I do one in the middle like that, no. How do I bring this together then? And I mean, I could just do this, but it seems wasteful and excessive. I end up with those 4 when... Can't I, like, bring these together in some way? Ah, I see it. I see it. At least I thought I saw it. Yeah, I thought I saw it. Because, like, one of the ways that you could do this is like that, and then that. And we're making a lot of ugly, weird, bad topology up here, but it's just like, we're just trying to close off what is ostensibly a flat plane. And I just don't want to waste a bunch of vertices. So now I've got how many to marry up? Yeah, this is nasty looking stuff. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do it like that. And I said we got 12, and so it should close up, you know, nicely and easily. I'm just trying to, like, create a nice space here. Where we don't lose everything. Lose all the topology that we've made here. If I do like that, and then you guys are a point 1, and then there's still like 1, 2, 3, and 1 on the other side. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try and make it work by doing this and that. And then I just got to bring these together. And how many are these? It's 10. 10 vertices. Which sucks. And I can just make it a lot easier on myself if I just do this. Because now it's 12 vertices. Yeah. This is where, you know, you work for a while and your brain gets tired and... Like, I can make this, I can figure this out better some other time or something, but there, and then Q, and then grid fill will close this up for me. And there's a number of different ways that it can close it up for me. I mean, that's fine. I don't need more than that. I can just move things around. And so we've just got these 2 sort of weird stretched quads there. Yeah. Which give us that loop cut, which is actually just A-okay. And then we've still got these loop cuts that go all the way around nicely. And so this is good topology, I think. I don't think that's bad topology necessarily. Just trying to make the best use of what we've got here. So we've closed it up on top. And got the Iron Man face going. Let's go ahead and save this. And then from back here, maybe, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. But from back here, it's like, so if we come down a bunch, okay, and then we start getting some interesting curve stuff. Where we'll actually have to have thoughtful topology again. Okay. Okay. I ain't angry at that. So, this would end up being a pole. Probably. And then this could actually... Come on now. That could do something like that, right? And so we end up... another place where we try and bring those two topologies together. And I just grab onto you and I hit F a bunch of times. And that ain't bad. Except for that's getting a little bit big right there. So then maybe here is where we do like another split. Which maybe breaks off here. No. E. Extrude. And then you become that. Okay, and now we've got a clean line that should go like right along the back. If I just grab this, hold control, get all of that, get up here, extrude. I would love to like reduce the amount of oh, okay. Did I do that? Because I don't think I did that. Alright, never mind. We'll with vertex smoothing or something after I get it all the way around. There we go. And this is why I wanted to get that curve out of there. But if I just grab... Actually, if I grab like here, and I do that, and then smooth vertices, maybe one more. Then I grab this line, pull it back together. We've wrapped all the way around the back of the head. Grab from here to the here, pull you up. Okay. This one, of course, is just F. We got ourselves a nice little loop there. Seems like we don't need that. To be there. Escúchame? Yeah, it's just because one's in the front and the other's in the back, and so if I grab from this view, then I'll probably have the least distortion in my selection. Okay. And just trying to get rid of some of these, bubbles that are popping through there. Kind of minimize them. Figure out where you can go to get the least of them. And there you go. We've closed up the entire top and back of the head. And now we just gotta work around the jaw. So it seems like you'll probably do that. That seems, yeah, that's good. But in order to make that work, I'm probably going to jump off here. Yeah. You don't get it? right before you start popping through. Yeah, don't need much topology there. Okay. Like so. This is gonna have to do something like that, I'm certain of it. Certain of it, he said. Suppose I could do this here. So that's where one of our weird loop cut moments is, but it looks like it's at a very good place for that, actually. That has to happen. It has to happen somewhere. For it to happen right there, works. There's two of them right next to each other. Whatever. Really? Just whatever? You're just gonna say whatever then? I didn't mean to extrude, but you did extrude, so now you gotta undo the extrude. Hit F to see that face, and yeah. Need more topo there. And this looks like we could just use the topology in general. Wow. Alright. But let's do it from a view that doesn't cause the renderer to have a heart attack. It's not. Is it you? You're the one? Alright, I guess that's okay. And then we bring this forward. And go back there, and then you pull up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna pull on you guys a little bit, because I don't need to waste all that space. Bring you in, back, back. Okay, there we go. No. It's the problem with this process. You can easily, like, reach through the model to the other side and start moving something that you don't actually mean to. So you gotta watch out for that. In the back here, you gonna give me a problem? We gonna have a problem now? There to there. And I think I can just extrude and bring you down. Make my adjustments. And then what about this curve? Seem to want me to think that it's a pretty nasty curve. I just gotta find the place. There we go. Let me get rid of most of those little bubbling up spots. What about you? I got rid of all the little bubbling up spots. I got one up here, though. And we got a bunch up here, but that's because of the hair. I'm not worried about that. Spread these out a little bit if we can. You, if you can. You can't. How about you? Can you come closer? You could. Yeah, I don't want to put a loop cut through all that, so let's try and make the most of what we've got. This is the spot where we're going to have another pole or something. Kind of weird. Topology is going to come out of here. Nope, didn't mean to grab whatever that was. Okay. Looking at you and saying we go here. Here. It should be fine. Okay. Just about got the head, done. How many vertices have we got here? 13. Oh, brilliant. Lucky number 13. I love it. Tell you what I'm going to do about that. Is I'm going to come here, I'm going to hit F. Can I though? Will you let me? I think you're going to let me. Yeah. Now that actually just gives us 11 instead of 13. So it doesn't help the fact that we're down to an odd number. Right? Right? Yeah, 11 vertices. But it seemed like a good place to do that sort of a thing anyway. And we do just want to like reduce a lot of the topology back here. But we do have to get down far enough to do that. So first, let's do here. Definitely need to turn this corner. Got that. I don't know, you really are arguing for me to put one more in. But if I put one in here, it goes all the way across, and we get 2 in. It really looks like it wants it, though. I think we can get away without it. Just gotta be good. Just gotta get good. Okay, and then you and you. Oof. Yeah, this is the nasty one right here. Maybe I just shouldn't have done what I did. Like if I knife cut through here, put that back. But how do I make this not a triangle? Breaks into that. That pushes the triangle to there. And then I can subdivide. Now it's a quad. And then I can follow the line of the jaw a little better than I was. Right? Yeah, that looks very good. Now my main interest at this point is in just reducing to a lot fewer points as we come into the neck. It just doesn't seem like we need it, so I'm going to try this. Okay. Yeah, because it's super flat underneath here, so it's like, why do we need all that? All that? What are you doing? Why aren't you doing the thing? It doesn't seem like we need all that, you know? I'll try spreading this out as much as I can. Because we're going to come into the neck, and then the neck's going to be like, suddenly a whole bunch of vertices that have been spread out across a lot of model are at the neck going to be crunching in together all at one spot, and it's going to be like, oh shoot, I got a whole bunch of vertexes on one side, not on the other side. And I see, I know what's coming for me. See you, baby, shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. What about you? Could I just F you? Just don't want to be like leaving a whole bunch of space between them, which is what can happen when you start doing this. Yeah, you can kind of see what I'm trying to look at is the space that's between there and there. Yeah, it gets off a little bit, but it's who gives a damn? I mean, it's fine. Doesn't look too bad to me. I think it'll be okay. Alright. So from the back. What are we down to, by the way? 7. That's great. Maybe it's not great. Maybe it's, oh. Yeah, I guess I reduced it too much here. It's because this is the big cut that I kept looking at, like, maybe we could put a cut there and stuff like that. And now it's making this big old hop across there. Which I can't have it doing. I need more topo than that. Which I guess the easy way is just to do that. And that. And then... Huh? Yeah, I actually find this process of retopology very satisfying. I guess most people are like, ugh, retopology. I'm like, retopology. It looks really weird, doesn't it? But I mean... It reduced us to a significantly fewer and better number of vertices down here. We got down to 7 verts around here. I'd much prefer if it were 8. But how do I like just add 1 vertex in without adding 2? And that's your problem. How do I split 1 vertex into 2 without 1 actually becoming 3, or, that kind of a thing. Yeah. The Kerbal was on top of me for a second. With me swinging around the model and stuff. But hey, there you go. There is our low poly, retopologized Kerbal head. Save that. And save incremental. And so the head of this Kerbal is now 694 faces out of the 970,000 faces that are on screen right now. It's pretty, it's doing the job. Looks okay, ifing you ask me. New to Blender, what is save incremental? That changes the file that we're saving to. It increases the name of the file. So open recent, we're now on kerbal28.blend. We just saved to Kerbal 27, and then I click save incremental, and it moved us up to Kerbal 28. And that's a really good, you really got to do that because Blender is nasty. You will turn around and find out that you deleted half your mesh while you were looking at something else because the keys are overlapping and stuff like that. So, you make incremental saves, and you'll always be able to go back to a point before everything turned to shite on you. But yeah, this is good. I hate that it's 7. I really wish I could turn it into an even number of vertices. But in mirror mode, it's just impossible. So it's 7. 7 is the number. And it's fine, it's going to turn into a whole bunch more. But so having the head now, we should probably just start separately on whatever it is that we're going to do next. And also, my wrist is sore as hell. We need a live stream break. We've been here for over almost 3 hours now. You do it manually? Yeah, just Control-Alt-S, in fact, is the keybind. I decided to stop using the keybind for that one, though, and just do it manually. Get into a habit, and it keeps me honest. Yeah, this is great. This is great. Now we just do it for the rest of the body. The face was one of the trickiest parts when you're doing retopology too. You want to establish your loops around the eye. Because look at this. We've got these loop cuts there. We've got it around the mouth. And you want to build out from these detailed spaces where you want to create the most topology. Oh, you know what? I actually also need to take this topology into the cavernous mouth area, which we'll have to do after we get back from the live stream break. That's what we'll do. Yeah. Also shade smooth, and you can barely tell. But yeah, let's have ourselves a live stream break, and when we come back, we'll fill in the mouth, and we'll probably start on the hand or something. Do the hard parts, and then bring it all together, meet in the middle. That's probably how we'll end up doing that. But yeah, let's have a live stream break. Where the hell is OBS? I got so many friggin' things open. Here's OBS. I found it. Another live stream break. Play you some music. Give you a chance to grab a snack, grab a drink. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. For I am the Ronin Pawn, and as soon as I find my music, I can say my tagline, which is Pawn Not Out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a Twitch. Welcome back to a Twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on Twitch.tv/Rip. We're 3D modeling in Blender today. Shut up. 3D modeling in Blender today. Yeah? Is that right? Did it do the thing? No, it didn't do the thing. You gotta come over to here. In Blender today. Ha! And there's his ass, and there's his head. So let's go ahead and say, Kerbal, well actually Kerbal had RT, I guess, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this into a new collection called, retopology. Just for now, anyway. But yeah, this is what he actually looks like underneath that, but we're doing the retopology at this point, taking a model that is currently 969,600 faces, down to, what is so far, I'll bring the Kerbal head back, so far 694 faces instead. Once we've created a low poly version of this that's shrink wrapped to the original sculpt, we'll be able to bake the detail of the original sculpt onto the low poly mesh and get the same amount of detail from something that, you know, is 1/100th of the size or less. I don't know if those numbers work out, but as long as I'm making statements I don't know what I'm saying, I might as well fucking commit to it. I said when we come back, we need to do the cavern of the mouth, so let's get rid of the teeth, first off, and, let's finish off on this, what we're doing here, by bringing the mouth in. So the question is, how much can I get away with for how little? There is one missing vertex here. Went on holiday, that ran away on us. So the top ones have gone there. You know, if this Kerbal is actually going to be able to open its mouth, open and close its mouth and stuff, then we need to do this. I'm gonna grab all these and I'm going to smooth, and I'm going to smooth, recombine the mirror stuff. But what I want to be able to do is to grab, honestly, probably just like from here to here, and move y'all back if I can. And now that I've done that a little bit, let's keep going from here to here. And I think I'm gonna want, yeah, more topology through there. You friggin' bastard. Boy, I hate this. The way this works. That's what we're looking for, prick. I'll grab you from here to here, let's say. Move you back. I could, like, use the ability that we have to hide individual vertices and stuff to get rid of the parts of this model that are getting in the way. But I'm not going to, so I don't know why I mentioned that. It is a feature. I know that it's there. I could. I just don't know how much it would actually help. he says as he's struggling to get any sort of a viable view of the work that needs to be done. I don't know how that would help me. The ability to hide some of the stuff that's in my way. I assume this is better because decimate doesn't work well. Yeah, let's see. Decimate, what would decimate actually accomplish? This gives you a lot more control, obviously, than decimate would, but I think the issue becomes like maintaining quads. You know, you're gonna have good loop cuts here and stuff like that, and control your topology in a way that decimate won't. But like, it's a good question. Like, what is the huge value of doing the retopo this way? Because people definitely don't just use decimate to get this done. Usually, what they might do is use some automated tools, because it can be such a, you know, grueling process. So there's actually like programs, both like paid and free, that try to do this retopology for you. You know, using AI and algorithms and stuff like that. That can work actually very well, is what I hear. But yeah, it is definitely like a very good question as to why aren't we just using like decimate or something to get this done. And I suppose you'd have to like try in order to find out. I mean, you wouldn't have to try in order to find out. I'm just saying, like, a good way would be to like try it and then run into all of the problems that people have presumably run into so many times that they realized, yeah, that's you just can't. It's not worth even trying. I would think you'd have trouble like creating a clean UV map if you just did decimate. Would be one of the issues. That looks like that's enough to wrap around the tongue. And so then it's like, can I cut to get rid of this? Wife makes trophies for dog shows. I do all the 3D stuff and get some files from people with like 5 million faces, and they ask me to modify it. I hate that. Yeah, what's the name of the pro? I should look that up and give you like the recommendation for this program that is like, it's a paid program. You can get like a lifetime license for $109 or something, or you can, you know, license it by the whatever for something else. But apparently it's actually very good at doing retopology on, I don't know if there is, if it's like, is it good on characters and stuff? I would imagine that it would at the very least give you a retopology model that you could then modify as, you know, to what you need, and not have to go through all of this stuff. At this point, I should find what that is and pass along the recommendation that I've gotten. But I'm just learning this stuff, and so I'm doing it by hand and not even thinking about using an automated tool, because, you know, best case scenario, the way that it should go is, after you learn how to do it, and know how to do it, and can do it by hand, and have gotten some practice doing it by hand, then you can pull out the automated tools. I think that's the, you know, good way to go about kind of anything. When you're like apprenticing to be like a carpenter or something like that, if you're truly apprenticing to be a carpenter and not just to, you know, be a guy who who uses wood a lot, but an actual genuine carpenter, then if you've got a good, you know, master carpenter that you're studying under, then they should, by all rights, first have you, work with, like, hand saws and hand drills and all that kind of stuff in order to get you your skills, the skills of a genuine carpenter. And then after you have those skills, then okay, we'll break out the lathe and the hand. But like, that's the kind of training that makes the difference between you have the potential of being a master at this trade, at this craft, at this art, or you're just somebody getting the job done. In my mind, anyway. Do I need that? I mean, it seems like you'll probably need that. So, yeah. Up to here. People use ZBrush for some of it. That'd be awesome. I'm not animating or anything, so not sure how good of topo I need. Yeah. I don't know where it begins or ends either. What do you really need? But what I'm thinking of is definitely not ZBrush. Let me hang on. I'm gonna do this thing. I'm gonna go over to our like chess view. Oh no, I don't want my chess view. I'll go to this one. Image glass. Really game. Alerts. What's under really game? Hang on. Okay, top. What's under top? Do I not have a top in the 3D work thing? I don't have top in the 3D work thing. Okay, hang on. I'm going to copy and paste a reference into this space. Okay, and now what we can do is together we can here, and I can say like automatic topology builder. Why is it not coming through? Why are you not seeing it? There already was one here, so why is it not showing up? Oh, it's because I got two of them again. That's the issue. Okay, so now you can see surely one of them. Alright, so automatic, yeah, topology. Not builder, automatic topology. For 3D modeling. And I'll just see if I don't, like, see the name of what it is that I was recommended. It's none of these, so we probably won't be able to find it. Never mind, we're getting back to work. I'll try and like find the recommendation that I've gotten before and have it so that I can be able to pass it along. Alright, let's see what we gotta do with this tongue. Yeah, I really hate how that does what it does. Okay, that's better. Put you here. Put you to there. Okay, and how many verts is this? 7 again. You bastard. You're a bastard from a basket. You're a... What's the line? Line? For the love of God. Alright, that's in the mirror, so it's stuck to that. Is this just because I'm so close it looks like it's floating miles above this thing? Got roped into it because I've used SolidWorks for 25 years. She thinks it is all the same. I am definitely in no way satisfied with Blender's texture painting workspace, but I don't know of anything. I just don't know what would be, better that, and I'm not willing to put money out yet to try something, So I'm just coping with when I have to do the texture painting. It's like, yep, I guess we're doing it here. Yes. This is, man, there's miles between. How big is this damn tongue? Alright, now this can probably do that. Still be happy. And then you, and you. Hey. No, because you are triangles. That should be... Wait. Should be reasonably fixable here. Wait. Is that... Am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. If I just join that to that, then that is a triangle. And then if I subdivide you, then we're back to quads. Yeah, and you're acting really weird because you're a mirror. You're on the mirror edge, anyway. Okay. That'll do for that, and then I just need to seal up the back of this. Which should be easy enough. Mm-hmm. What happens if I hit F again? Yeah, that's what I thought. Some crazy. So let's just not do that. Could pull you up and then do like this. What happens there? right? And then if I subdivide you, and that should be here to here, should be a finishing quad. Except that that's a horrible spot for that, right? I mean, it's not really meant to be seen or interacted with, but it is a horrible spot for that. So let's see if we can't do a little bit better by, like, do that, then it's triangles. But if I do this, and that's quads. What kind of a face are you? What did I do here? Let's cut that. Okay. Yeah. Maybe just get rid of that. And get rid of that. And then work from here. Because this can just do that. And then come to there. No, what in the name of what? Say what? Say what? Tell me what you want to do now. So U to U gives me that. And if I take U, subdivide. That's not what I subdivide. I get one more guy here. And if you weren't, I'm just going to turn off clipping for a moment. You're killing me. You're killing me with this. Let's try face nearest instead. Maybe it won't run from me. There we go. Alright. There we almost go. And back to project. Yeah. And clipping back on. Okay. Ish. Okay-ish? Okay-ish. It sucks. But, like, it's because I need this down there. Is there any reason I can't have that down there? I just need a little bit more, is all. So if I do this, I get a little bit more. And then this is a triangle. And I just gotta, you know, figure it the fuck out. So if I do like that, now it's not a triangle anymore, now it's a quad. And now that's a triangle, and then you get this weird-ass face there, and so I just do that. I don't know, you got a uvula, you know? Fuck it. It's inside the fucking mouth. What is it that I'm trying to accomplish? Oh my god, where am I? Ah, I'm upside down. You're completely spun around there. I'm gonna try one more. Because this is kind of what I want, is that. And then I just need this to not be a triangle. But then when I subdivide, something weird happens. So if I turn clipping off and then I subdivide, do I still get weirdness? I do, it's back there. Grab it, pull it up. Here, turn the clipping back on. You did it again. You go back there. Hate it. Who really knows where a Kerbal's uvula would be? The shadow knows. Holy crap. Okay. Are we for real here? Then I get it. I'm that far away from the actual back of the mouth here. That's why we're getting that. Well, that sucks. I just pull the rest of it there. Seems like a pretty horrible way to make a quad, though, what I've done here. Yeah. It's about the worst way. You know what? Sometimes you just should make a triangle. You really just should. You shouldn't try. There you go. Shouldn't force, force a quad onto every goddamn scenario if it ain't working out. Especially where it's somebody that's hiding and it's not going to affect like any loop topology that's going to like make it harder to edit something later, something like that. Just cope. How are we doing now with occupying the whole mouth space? This looks good now. I hate that I spent that long trying to get the interior of the mouth working in a way that I could live with, but I did accomplish that thing, so fuck you. Sometimes it's a weird thing. Curious how much of a Kerbal cylinder head is taken up by its brain. If Jeb is anything to go by, I feel like it can't be a lot. That is head complete. Let's try and move the fuck on with our lives. So, this, ne? We can start a new object, I suppose. And start the retopology here. Mesh, give me a plane. Let's flip it on the Y by 90. Let's scale it way the hell down. Let's apply that scale. And actually, I should apply... I should apply the rotation and scale of the head there. I should probably apply this rotation also. So, rotation and scale on you. And then I'm going to select the head last, Control L, and I'm going to copy over the modifiers. Yep. Okay. And then we'll just start this map up from the tip of one of the fingers. What? think I grabbed something off in the distance. I ain't trying to have both of you. That shouldn't have been possible. Thank you. Okay. So starting from the tip of a finger, and I'm gonna really try to make like big faces here. Damn it. Don't get into like crazy minutia, but first we gotta, figure out how we're starting. We're gonna start like this. I'll just go up the top first. Yeah, spread that out a little bit. Spread you out a little bit. Spread you out a little more. It almost makes me want to start on the finger with like a 6-point circle instead of just a plane. I don't think it's necessary. It might be clever though. You might be doing yourself a favor if you were to do that. Yeah, you know what? Actually, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna spread you out across this finger. Like this, because I'm right that it should be something like a six vertex circle to start or something like that. Which is why I'm going to put a loop cut right down the middle. Straight away. Follow the bone of the hand. Bone of the finger. Bone of the finger that bit you. In the morning, have a little bone of the finger that bit you. Okay. Sorry. One thing when you're modeling hands that I have learned immediately, very, very quickly I picked up on this. So you really want to leave yourself like good spacing between the fingers. Even here, like I went out of my way to try and leave good spacing, and I should have worked even harder to get even more spacing between the fingers, because it's just, it's a bit of a nightmare mess. Trying to sculpt and keep this crap from happening. This is like, you see how it's kind of nasty what happens in between the fingers on the modeling, and it causes all kinds of issues, generally speaking. Now this either ends up being a triangle or something. Like if I were to subdivide this instead. See what I was saying about maybe there should be a 6-point circle at the beginning? I'm gonna not subdivide that. We could go across like that, but I just don't want you. You can see like this is how it should be. We can all see that that's how it wants to be. And so then this is a triangle, unless I force it to not be. Which I could try this. And then we'll figure out what comes next there. Mm-hmm. So, I'm gonna need somebody to explain to me why I have Limp Biscuits keep rolling stuck in my head right now. I'm gonna need somebody in chat to just figure that out and let me know what the fuck is going on. I think I might reduce the offset of this guy to something even closer to the hand here. Closer, yeah, cause yeah, that's what we want. Something like a 0.05 for this shrink wrap, so that I can see more clearly what we need to, where things need to move and what we need to cover over and that kind of thing. So it's like we should have the U in there, and U at a high point, and then U across an indent. Yeah, that's like that, you're like that, and then if I just follow that with the rest of them. Reposition. So that they align and make sense with what I've done. You included. And then right here, clearly we need just another loop. Okay. Not that much straight away, but... So we want high point, low point, high point, low point, high point, low point. We want to do there. Just bring these in more like that. And we'll get one finger, and then we'll copy it across to, you know, the nearby fingers, and then just modify it in order to get what we need. That'll be the idea we're working on here. Alright, so how do these come together? Looks like it's just gonna work. Yep. Now I got the MASH theme song stuck in my head. What is going on? 'Cause suicide is painless. It brings on many changes. And I can take or leave it if I please. Did you know that those are the lyrics to the MASH theme song? Did you know that there were lyrics to the MASH theme song? I'm just looking at how this is going to want to come together and not loving it. So if I do here, save myself a headache later. Maybe. Suicide is Painless is the GOAT TV opening song. Pretty powerful stuff to have made it onto network television. I mean, without the lyrics. They didn't let the lyrics on it, so. But just the fact that they got it in there at all is kind of like, damn. Really making commentary on that. It's like, what would the modern equivalent of that be? Think about that. It'd be like, I'm not just talking about the song now. I'm thinking of the show MASH. And it would be like a television sitcom that was based on life in Ukraine or Palestine. Right? That was criticizing it was conveying the experience of everyone involved, and in no particularly like patriotic or support the troops kind of a way. Or perhaps in more of a actually support the troops by getting them out of a fucking war kind of a way is maybe the better way to say it. It was a movie first. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? So am I just gonna do that and have that little weird bit of topology? I don't think so. No, you're not. Why would you do that? I mean, but you don't. The super patriot characters in MASH are all depicted as complete clowns, yeah. Just like we used to do with cops, too, The entertainment industry used to make cops look like morons, dipshits and stuff, and boy, the moment that we stopped, leading with the messages that we know are, like, important for society, shit got fucked up, yo. Why does this end up doing that? How did this spiral out of control? Is it even wrong? Is it? I don't think it's. Is it? Yeah, that's. I see what's going on, but how did that happen? And then if I do extract the vertex, what? There you go. Bring you to here. Like, how do I? What have I done? What have you done? I mean, it's not hard to do. You just do this, and then you subdivide in order to, but it's just, it makes for weird topology kinda early. It might work out. It might be fine. I have a video on my phone of Magnum PI where Magnum apologizes to his cop friend and the other PI he's with blows up at him for apologizing to a cop. Sorry? What do you mean, sorry? He's a cop. ACAB. Are you fucking kidding me? ACAB. I don't know about this, you guys. I don't know about this. But I guess what I do know about this is we're gonna try and copy it and move it over to the other fingers. So I'm going to try this from the top, I guess. And it's going to act weird because of the shrink wrap when I do this. But then when we get it to the finger, it might snap onto it. I think the better way to do this, actually, will be to, like, basically just disable the shrink wrap. At least in the view. How do I do this? My other idea would be to just make a duplicate of the original, drop it, leave it in space, and then just apply the shrink wrap, and then pull it over, turn snapping off, and position it, and then we'll bring the shrink wrap back once we've got it in a place. Do 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 do. 'Cause suicide is painless. It brings on many changes. What am I seeing back there? And I can take or leave it if I please. Huh? Yeah, that. So that edge. What? What the? What? I can get you to cover. Yeah, I'll just make it, like, significantly bigger. Is this another floating weird guy? No, that'll be in you. And then you're the same one there. Get rid of that edge. Okay. And then, to you again. Shift E. And I might just invert the scale on the y-axis. Okay, so that's where that needs to be, and then like this. Forward a little bit, probably on the Z. Scale it up a touch more. Alright, that might be like as close as these are gonna get until we actually apply the shrink wrap to them. So actually I'm just gonna get rid of all the modifiers because then I'm gonna select both of these. I'm gonna select this one last, Control L, copy modifiers, and get in here and see what we gotta do. Alright, just give me one vertex at a time. Oh, and make sure snapping's back on. Nope. Oh god, I'm pressing all the buttons. 2. Yes. Okay. And actually, like, the thing would be to, like, select all of them and then tap G once, but, maybe change the scale or something like that. Just try and get the snapping to apply. Snapping won't apply to scale unless you tell it to apply to scale. What am I looking at? Yeah, see, that's the kind of weirdity that you get with that. So I might have to, like, touch a lot of this, basically. Now that we got it in here. I said we need to adjust it, so we do. That's all that's happening. Fortunately, we have to adjust every single fucking point, but better than having to recreate it. Okay. I see who you are. What you're about. I see you. Okay, I don't know what I just grabbed, but it surely wasn't the right thing. Okay. And grab by the edges now. Very futzy little process, this, huh? It's getting rather messy, too. Okay, looks like I already hit these. But I definitely didn't hit those. Small problem is, the other one I had taken pains to make sure that we were on the high part, the low part, the high part, the low part kind of a thing. Maybe I can do it in wireframe. Kind of hard to see what I'm grabbing, though. Oh, wow. And that just spirals all the way around. That's kind of neat. That's, Alright. Never fucking mind, is what I'm gonna say to that. Yep. Big ol' nasty mess. We'll get it sorted. Oh god. I was trying to press Alt-Z, not whatever it was I did press. What is even going on in here? I'm in so much trouble reading what I'm looking at. You being there seems correct, but what the fuck with the rest of this? I might just get rid of some faces here so that I can understand what even is going on. Let's say you're the guy. Okay. But if you're the guy, then what about that guy? So you're not the guy. You're the guy. And then you're the guy. Okay. Clean that mess up. Let's get the tip sorted. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Trying to grab more than just one vertex at a time causes more trouble than it's worth, apparently. It's a tedious, if not laborious, process. It's a laborious, if not tedious, process. But, at the end of it, it's pretty goddamn satisfying, too. Hard to disacknowledge that. Get where you're going, and it's like, holy shit. I got where I was going. Seems like there's a knuckle there. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. It loops right around, doesn't it? Whenever they jump, the jumping is because they were copy pasted in and they did their snapping in that state, and when I grab them, they snap according to the actual snapping, and it's better all around. why I'm taking the time to touch every goddamn one of these. That looks like a good finger now. So those two look like good fingers. The middle finger, I'm not sure of. It's just kind of big old lump. But, you know, the hell you gonna do? I'm gonna join all these together is what I'm gonna do. And make sure that their scale rotation is good. Okay, and now we gotta figure out how these finger bits, you know, come together. How and where. Trying to keep in mind that all this is gonna be like subdivided and stuff. I want to find good places. And yeah, that's good. It's clean. Clean. Yeah, that ain't, I don't know about that. This one's up, one up here. If I were to do like that, maybe. Okay. Ah, I should have put one over the top of the thumb, too. Even though the thumb's a very different shape. It's, I don't know. I don't know if I got a problem with that. No, like, I can definitely get away with that one. Can I get away with that one, though? I don't think I should. I think I should be bringing a line down the, just like I'm doing there. No, yeah, you should do that. And if you can, down to there. What about that? Yeah, I probably shouldn't. And then how we gonna come down here? This seems like it could work. Yeah. Okay. And then you, like so. Okay, that's good. I like all that. I think we could reduce the topology in here, which could be done like that. Yeah. There's a lot of bubble to that guy. We might want that topology for the bubble. Let's see. Yeah, no, I think it'll work. To do like that. It's gonna get weird. But not wrong. Yeah, and maybe just leave the thumb to be its own thing. I could see that. Sure. But what about this? It's gonna be one hell of a pole I'm making in there if that's really gonna be how we're gonna do it. You know, you've just gotta find out what you really can't get away with by trying. Okay. Doesn't have to be perfect. Wow, look at this. That would reduce the topology a lot. We can't do that. We can't do that. However, I can't do that either. I need this. We're gonna go like that. Yeah, I guess like that. Actually, it feels like you can come up further, and then this can go further too. Yeah, that's not too awful. It's doing a thing. And actually, what I could do is this, the knife tool, and then that. And then that makes, a quad in the middle there. And topology is still a little bit wacky. But I don't know, like if I go back to what it was before, yeah, that's just like, yeah, it's better. It's a better use of the space we've got. Alright. What's next? How do I continue to build this hand? Like, I really should just study, what's good topology practice for a hand, because I feel like I just have no good idea here. Let's do, yeah, from top down, and not worry too much about it, just get the basics in place. I guess you two are next. And then you two. Something like that. And then fill. Fill. Uh-oh. What did I do? What did I do? What did you do? Those are definitely wanted. Looks like we want some here too, so it's just telling me the topology that I need. There we go. You're gonna stay there. You're gonna stay there. I can come up a little, I guess. Do that. Okay. Simple stuff there. So if you do that, yeah, it feels like things get a little bit wacky pretty quick. It's not necessarily that I need that, though. Like that, but that's not enough. Right. So how do I guess here then becomes a pole. I can do like this. Yeah. Like that, and like that. No. I won't do that. Does that cover? Horribly. Horribly is how it covers. So if I give you more of what you need up here, and I end up needing more here. So how would I accomplish that? This is definitely, we're into hour 6 now, and so this is the point at which I'm feeling like, oof, brain trying to do this kind of, figure this sort of stuff out. I'm going to bring one here, and we're going to do like that, so we can cover the top. It looks like you want this back here, actually. Start it back here. Give me one. Goes across there, and across there. And then fill. Fill? Okay. So that covers us, but, you know, we got some weird stuff going on here. Nope. How about that? Yeah, this is turning into some pretty nasty topology, is what I would say. Just take that out and try and be nicer about it. It doesn't need that, though. It's like, this is all needed. That's all desirable. And then... oh, fuck. My arm just spasmed a little bit in the tricep there. So you need more? But do you? But really, do you? You don't have to have perfect coverage either. Kind of split the difference on that. Alright. So then this to here. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. It's not gonna be enough. So, realizing that I need more topology for this area down here, if I were to bring it through, let's start by doing that. And take a couple of faces away. Because what we want to do is like... that. Put that back in. Now I've got enough loop cuts for that stuff. Do I, though? Okay. Very touchy shit. I feel like you're gonna have to slide up. And that will allow me to do like that, and then this will come together like so, and then you'll fuck me. But that's good enough, I've decided. That pulled out well. Okay. It's coming together. Now we just need it to come together. that. That. That should be fine. Yes. If I pull you back, then this should... You bastard. What? Just gonna undo, because I don't know what it was doing when I was pressing buttons. I still don't know what you were doing. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. So maybe not. Maybe instead, one more. Comes along the middle there. Does it... It might not. That might be the place where we do something like that. And then there's no way that that's how we want that. What am I grabbing? What just happened? You. Come with me. Okay. You definitely need to be there at least. If I do like this, you can fill in like so. And then if I just close you off and then subdivide the edge, we'll have kept a quad. Okay, they're all in decent positions there. That's basically the whole hand except for the thumb. Which is a bit problematic. Not problematic, you just gotta make it from goddamn scratch. Which is problematic. Give me this. Duplicate it. Bring it over here. Hands are hard, man. They take a long time. Everything about a hand sucks. Can't draw it, can't 3D model it, can't retopologize it. Hands are just God's little accident. How are we gonna actually bring this across the thing? Alright, to hell with it. Start making moves. Hopefully you'll get somewhere. We want a line going down the middle is the thing. Right, but the way that you did that last time and the way you're going to do it again is to spread these out and then loop cut down the middle. Yeah. So that's the high and that's the low. Alright. Give me that loop cut. Yeah, you're gonna need more. And more. And probably a little more here. Okay, does this come together? Show does. Come out from there, I don't think that's right. I think if I come out from here, I think it works. Yes. And then like so. And like so. Good. Now we just need to join thumbs and fingers. That's a weird spot. What are those faces? Bring you here. If you're gonna be the one on the ridge, then these have got to twist a little. Okay. Okay. What did I press? I pressed 2. That's not what I was trying to press. Okay. It's pretty well joined. You. Clearly gonna need more here. So you're gonna join there. And then I think I will give myself a loop cut here. I'm not gonna, nope, I'm not going to, apparently. What the hell does this look like? It looks actually fine, is what it looks like. And you come around like that. Okay. Yes. Good, good, good. Okay, that'll take a little adjustment. Oof. Okay. Can I actually bring this down the ridge? Or do I need more? So that works. Down here, though, that's a big stretch. Yeah. So let's try... that, and then you would definitely be there. I do that, and this becomes one, that becomes one, that becomes one. Okay. Okay. How many loops have we got here? 23 vertices. You couldn't have been 24. You just couldn't have helped me out. Huh? Just a nope. Huh? Well. It's way too many faces. So what we're going to do is we're going to reduce the number of vertices, rather. I mean, this is still struggling. Can you spread these out a little bit or something? Can you bring more over to help? Curl this in a bit. Get that detail where you need it. Yeah, the arm definitely doesn't need 20 goddamn 4. We can reduce here. And we could probably reduce a ways back even. We'll get more bone in the hand detail. Yeah, we can reduce a ways back, is how I feel. Like if I were all the way back here, got rid of them faces, and then like did this, drag that back, and then like that. There's a lot of subtle crap going on right there, apparently. I just have to hold Control Z on that. But 24 is a ludicrous amount to go into the arm with. So I do need to reduce. Suppose I could just reduce like here. How's the supermarket holding up, Mickey? I don't know. We haven't been there in a minute. Damn it. There's so much detail to this hand. We're instead making a crazy 3D Kerbal. Take the retopology out and you can see what we've carved. Hang on, actually the hand needs to be in the retopology too. So first we'll name it Kerbal Hand. We'll move it to the retopology. And then I'll invisiblify the hand, or all that stuff, and then we get this hyper-realistic Kerbal. Like this way too realistic Kerbal. And we're doing the retopology right now, which is, reducing a million face count thing to a much fewer face count thing. So I'm trying to get the hard parts out of the way, which are the hands and the face. The face was easier than the hands so far. And we're at this point, and I really need to be reducing how many vertices we're going to take into the arm. I pull you forward and pull you forward? Oh god. What did I just do? Alright, you stay back there. You reduce. Stop grabbing stuff on the other side. Okay, that's reduced our count by 2. Which is good. And sculpted nips and belly button. Yep. And brought to you by the Ronin Have you ever wondered, what does Kerbal nipple look like? Now you don't have to. Who needs to wonder? And you just fucking know. So that's reduced a couple of points there. We're down to 19 vertices. We need to reduce some on this side of things. And I think I'll just do this, pull you back, F you in, and, you know, cope. So that should get us down to 17 from 19 vertices. I think Blender had some sort of auto shortcut for this. Like I said, there is automated software that you can run your model through to make it happen, to do topology. But you know, you need to learn how to do it first. Get some experience. Yeah, that's not a good place for one. I think you need to actually, like, come forward a little bit more, even. Get down to the true wrist here. And then should be able to just make a triangle, subdivide. That'll keep that being a quad.
Yeah,
Here.
let's drink until our hearts stop.
I probably should consume liquids, shouldn't I? Thank you for buying me a water. I don't like that. Is there another way? What if I knife cut through here and dissolved you? And then what? Like, how does that solve anything? Well, what about that? You okay? maybe to about there. Oh god. What happened? Fucking goddamn it. Grab the fucking thing that I'm trying to grab. Very few vertices on this side of the hand in comparison to how many we've got here. How many's left? 17. Try and reduce that to 15. In fact, I can get it to 13. No, that's a pretty serious bump right there. I want to do it. There. But maybe here? Perhaps here you can get away with it? Not really, no. You need the topology there on the hand, transitioning into the arm. Oh, fucking K. And we want to spread these out. We're transitioning into the arm. We want to get like an even distribution of the vertices that are going to transition into the arm. I don't want there to just be like 3 vertices on one side of the hand and then 12 on the other. Trying to spread them out. Yeah. Pull all this in. So right here's the sort of lowest vertex area. Alright. Okay. So how we doing? Now we're down to 15. 15 is also probably too much, but hey, what the hell. I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna make an incremental save. And let's try creeping up the arm now. Uh-oh. No, you're all on that side if I do that, son of a bitch. I was hoping that it wouldn't be an asshole, but turns out, unfortunately, wherever I grab and move it from, like the side that I'm looking at will move, but the side I'm not, it won't, and so it just sucks. It just sucks. Grab you from there to there, side that I can see from the very top. And drag you out a bit. And then from here to here. From the very bottom, drag you out a bit. And then fill. And then fill. And let's see what's going to happen with this arm, how we make it work. I want to bring the excess topology on the top. I want to slide it toward the places we don't have it. Okay. It's distributed. Okay. It's a little bit less on the underside, but that's fine because it's the underside. It's the side you'll see least often, so it's probably a good thing. All right. That's what we wanted. Was now we've got a decent distribution of the edges, so now I can make this selection again. We can just creep on up the arm. Okay. And then make the needed adjustments. So maybe I just need more loop right there. Slide you along. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. With your bullshit. It's because of the snapping method is why it's bitchy. Let's try from there to there. Chew onto the area that you're needed at. Okay, I need you there too. Stop grabbing the thing that I'm not clicking on. You bastard. Okay. Do I really need both of these? Looks like you kinda do. You to you. From the dead bottom. Oh, fuck you too. Fuck even happened over here? I'm gonna need a lot more down here. I'm just gonna draw everything in that direction a little bit. Curses. You know what I might do as well is I might grab everything from here back and then separate it out as its own thing. and then give you a higher offset. Yeah. That might help me a little bit with figuring out what the design needs to be. Yeah, this is much better. Okay. Keep working my way up the arm here. I think it's gonna go bad if I try and do that much at once. Got that Mega Man blaster arm. Yeah, I don't want to be changing how big my faces are at this point. You're fine, and then you come in, and over here, you go up, and you come in. And we'll do the bottom, those three, I guess. Hell. Extract a bit. No, that would be good if it followed that line. To you. Actually, before I do that, do you and you. I'm just looking at this as potential sealing some stuff off moment. If I did like that and like that. Reducing the topology. After we've gotten through the area that we needed. So if you follow that. Alright. It's down to 13. I probably shouldn't reduce the topology like that. We should keep what we've got. Okay. So you're a 13 loop now. Let's be thoughtful about where these are in relation to the musculature. That could go there. Right. Except that it's a big old gap. Yeah, to hell with it. Mm-hmm. And maybe even. Do we want that? I mean, yeah, the way that it's gonna pinch in to the chest, kinda you do. Coming up on 7 hours we've been here, so I definitely want to end. I want to wrap this up. I'm just trying to get to like a point where it feels like we can wrap up. The end of this arm or something. Alright. Yeah, that's not going to be good. But that'll do. That won't do. Okay. Good. And horrible. Horrific, even. Alright. You're so close. Please. Quit clicking on things that I'm not clicking on. That are behind the things I'm clicking on. For the lava. Mr. Lava. We're almost in this bitch. Boy, you're gonna need more topology for this transition. You have to go along this ridge. And along this ridge. And probably like that too. So you're gonna be like this. No. Like this. That might fit. Mm-hmm. Or maybe not. How we transition into the body is a problem for another day, really. And I was trying to reduce the topology, but it's right. I gotta stop causing myself so much trouble by putting so much detail into this. It's gonna be subdivided. But I do like the idea of having, your zero level retopology is good enough to function too, I like that premise. But for the amount of time and effort and labor that it goes into it, I don't know that that's a good idea. What? No. I need to pull you out. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. We definitely need to wrap this up. The idea is you will follow that high bone ridge coming in, and you can't do that. So I mean, the topology is not necessarily good, but damn it if it don't work. It's happening over here. The mirror isn't exactly exact, probably. We are mirroring on you. If I go back to nearest surface point, then that will solve that for now. I'm gonna rename... No. You. We're gonna rename the Kerbal thing to Kerbal, HP for high poly. If I take it away, we have 1,860 faces showing for our Kerbal so far, for our retopology of the Kerbal. We have the torso, the neck, and the feet to do. Still. Feet'll be tough. Hi, Bob Santa. Jeez. How you doing, Ron? Still struggling with long COVID? MECFS. We'll be living with that until they come up with a disease, but or a cure for the disease, but I've been doing great lately. We're almost into the 7th hour of this live stream, and that says a lot in and of itself, but I've been doing great. I just keep myself horizontal most of the time for the, so that the blood flow to the brain is good, and I've been without, serious MECFS style symptoms for quite a while now. Just gotta maintain. Okay. Am I horizontal as we speak? Yeah. I've got my whole live streaming recording setup is from the bed. Mic's attached to the edge of the bed on a swing arm that I can pull in, and yep. Legs parallel to the heart. With the bed seat behind me, giving me, an incline of about 45 degrees, I would guess. This is really coming along. So I can drop the retopology, and this is our Kerbal. Let me just move you to World Origin. This is our Kerbal, our high poly sculpt of him. And we have begun on the retopology, where we go from 969,000 faces down to currently 1,860. So I would imagine by the time we're done with this Kerbal, with the retopology, I think we'll double that. I think we'll get up to like 3,600, 3,500 faces. I don't think we'll go all the way to like 5,000 or anything like that. There's a lot of faces in the hand, a lot of faces in the head. The torso won't need that many faces. The legs don't need that many faces. The arms didn't, take that many faces. Only 226 in an arm, as opposed to 778 in a hand and 856 in the face. So, yeah. Torso won't take much, legs won't take much, feet will take quite a few, and I think we'll double the amount of faces before we've got this done. Oh. Bob Santa, don't know if long COVID is technically MECFS or not. Depends on who you ask. I would say that long COVID is a new flavor of MECFS. MECFS is a post-viral condition that messes you up in exactly the same way that the people with long COVID are messed up. Except that when you get it by long COVID, it tends to, or by COVID, through COVID, the MECFS symptoms tend to hit all at once, come on harder, really beat the crap out of you, whereas with MECFS from other viruses, it tends to take its time sweeping your legs. But the symptom overlap is so perfect as to point to the high likelihood that it's just a new flavor of MECFS. Long COVID, just a new flavor, is something that 27 million people worldwide are living with today. That's our deal. That's our guy. Don't let me, a big thing that we have to do before we get too far into this is we have to make sure that our symmetry is perfect. You see how we've got nothing popping through on this arm, but there's some stuff popping through on this arm? We gotta make sure it's perfect. Before we get too far gone, but that will be for the next live stream. I'll leave us here, staring at this crazy ass looking Kerbal. I'll tell you what I'll also do is we'll do a render. So let me, actually I can just do a render. Can you meditate with CFS? Definitely. Yeah, actually meditation was necessary for my recovery, really. Being able to stop the brain activity and let the brain truly rest without being full of thoughts and stuff like that constantly. I didn't mean to do this with the retopo on. Let's take the retopo out of the render and do one more. Write it on the to-do list that I want to make sure we've got perfect symmetry. I'll remember. I will remember. Because of the hell that I went through last time. Oh. So this is where we're ending the day today in terms of we put all the finishing touches onto this and we started in on the retopology. I'm gonna save the render here to kerbal3.jpg. We don't see a lot of difference between this and the previous one. But if I pull it up, at the end of the first live stream, we had this. Yeah, okay, you're seeing it. We had this at the end of the first live stream. I got us to here on my own yesterday. And then at the end of today's live stream, we're here. Because it was really just a touch-up, and the rest of it isn't showing because it was all the effort was put into the retopology. Probably just need another 2 or 3 hours of retopology work, and we'll be done with that phase, and then can move into, the UVing, the baking down, and the baking down of materials, and then texture painting. So that's all ahead of us. And I'm going to continue to work on this on my own as well. On the days that we're not live streaming. So by the time we get back to Thursday, I could have them all done. I would love to save like the texture work for you guys, but our next live stream won't be until Thursday. And I want to keep momentum and keep working on it. So, I'll meet you back here. Go ahead and give this one more save. I will meet you back here on Thursday with possibly a finished Kerbal. But even once we've got the Kerbal, the Kerbal's body going, we've got clothes to make. We've got a spacesuit to make for him. We gotta, figure out some sexy underwear. I don't know what we're gonna do. But that does bring us to the end of this live stream. I really need to go get something to eat. For I am the Ronin Pawn. Yeah, he will need a Kerbal thong. Thanks everybody for joining me. Woof. That was a lot. That was a lot of 3D work right there. We didn't even spend like 2 hours just bitching about something without getting any work done. I just worked. I hope to see you back here on another live stream day. We try and do these every Thursday and Sunday. We would prefer to do these at 2 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, but my sleep schedule's upside down and vampire right now, so look for me Thursday in the AM, and I hope to see you back here. Pawn out.